Wyness. Councillor Carra. Oh, thank you, Councillor Wyness, noted. Councillor Carra.
Councillor Carra is online, will be in chamber shortly.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Still here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean. Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner. Councillor Pootmans. Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, everyone, we are starting with panel number 58. Do we have Bill Oliver? Hi, you can go on up and have a seat. Do we have Daryl Comic? Hi, you can have a seat up front too. Do we have Murad Iskandarov?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Brad LaForge? Hi, thanks. Do we have Adrian George? Adrian George? Okay, let's proceed with these four speakers. We'll get Mr. Oliver to start us off, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Thank goodness for the little break because I've totally changed my presentation after hearing a lot of the speakers this morning. My name is Bill Oliver. I'm in Ward 8. I'm old, so I must be against the proposed blanket zoning, and I am. When listening to many of those supporting the blanket rezoning, it feels like our character is being assassinated as old single family homeowners who are afraid of change and insensitive to those in need. I can only speak about our family. In fact, we do care greatly about those in need. We're currently supporting over 20 charities in this city. We've been constant supporters, and many of those agencies actually have spoken here, and they're supporting the rezoning, which is an interesting dynamic. But the good part is, when we're getting these letters back from the agencies, they are telling us some of those funds are being used for housing, which gives us some comfort. We intend to increase our support this year. We understand that donations are down and demand is up. So this is something that we're really proud and able to do. We've also set at the university some endowment. Listening to that young gentleman this morning who was going to Winnipeg, it was great to get some wonderful letters of appreciation from these people who we supported, many single moms who said they could not have continued their education with those endowments. These are just small things, but I just wanted to tell a lot of those people that think we're sitting at home, we're cranky and old. We're thinking about you, and we're doing things for you. Okay, let's talk about change and our ability to change, our want to change. I had to change both professionally and personally. When I was 11, my father was killed in a car accident. My mother had 6 children under 13 years of old. So I'm pretty familiar with change, and I'm good with change. From a professional point of view, I went to a company. We had 300 employees. When we left, we had 5,000 employees. So it was a pretty good run. So during those 34 years, I had 11 different leadership opportunities. And each time I went to that new group of people with probably a new mandate and a new business, I sat down and prepared a strategy session or a strategy document very similar to what you're doing here. So I thought I would just share some of my learnings with you in respect to how this plan looks to me. First of all, you need a reason to change. In my instance, it was either results or behavior. And I wonder, with this strategic plan, is there a reason to change? You've seen a lot of opposition from others. So it's a question you need to ask yourself. I always develop the plan by sitting down with the people that were affected by the plan. I didn't get any consultants in They were useless, and they wasted my time. So for you, can you ask yourself, have you spent enough time with those people that are most affected? In our case, Councillor Walcott, he couldn't even sit down with us. He had intimidating and very aggressive emails. He couldn't even hold a meeting with us. We did it virtual, but it has none of the benefits that we have in this meeting. So, you need an execution plan, a solid execution plan. Can you make this happen? There's a lot of people are saying to you, don't worry about that. Just go ahead. It's going to be good. It's just a first step. If I had that position, I would never do it. I always had contingencies. I had plan B, 10C, because what you are doing, you are thinking about people's behavior. And if you can predict that, it's difficult. The last thing is every element I had in that plan was flexible, everyone. And this is the problem I have with this plan. When you take this plan out, there's no flexibility, there's no plan B. I don't know what would happen if you go into these neighborhoods and take 25% of those homes out, and all of a sudden you decide that you've got lack of homes. So anyway, that is some of my...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver. How about Daryl Comic, please?
Well, good afternoon. I'm Daryl Comic. I'm from Ward 13. I have to say I'm most disappointed in City Council for even having this discussion about blanket upzoning to create a one-size-fits-all city. I am 100% opposed to what you are considering here today. Now, I have the benefit of being a small business, and I pay $8,000 a month in city taxes. And I can count the services and the discount that I should get because of the lack of service that I get from the city and the responsiveness that is no less than disappointing. Now, I'm part of one out of 50,000 small businesses that are here in Calgary, and I encourage every one of those tax-paying voters to get on the speaker list to oppose what's happening. Because I live in Shawnee Slopes, and I can tell you that the council cares little about irrevocable and unchecked destruction of communities. I hear lots about building communities, making them livable, making them affordable, okay? Affordability is a product of interest, supply, and demand. We have so many people who want houses. We've got so much stock of land that's waiting to be developed that's unreleased by City Council. So this is an artificial problem. This is a problem created by everyone sitting in this room right now. So why can I use Shawnee Slopes as an example of something that the city cares little about? Because we have a estate community that had 225 homes in it. The city kindly dropped 1,400 new homes in our community thanks to rezoning. So for all of those people who have been up here and said, you know, it's a slow and gradual process, you won't notice the change, that is an absolute lie. And for those of you on City Council who have a vote, you need to vote no, because that change is instantaneous. You will not get back that parkland. You will not get back that character. And not only that, City Council's doubled down in Shawnee Slopes. Now we're getting transition housing with no guarantee that the 50 homes will not contain a safe consumption site. So we got our estate community, which has forever been changed, still pays estate community taxes as if we have the green space. We still get the same level of services, which is brutal. We still have the same level of infrastructure that they're dumping all of these homes on. There's rules. And this particular unabashed run is not planning. This is put anything, anywhere you want. Now, You have to realize I should be in favor of this because I can put 12 units on my property. I back onto a street. I don't need to account for parking. Like, I could make a lot of money. But that's not what this is about. This is about the moral fabric that this council will destroy in the city. And maybe that's what you want. Maybe that is your objective. Maybe you feel that that is right. But I can assure you that this is not right, that you need to stop. You need to say no. I looked at the 5,300 submissions that you have online. 80% of those say no. Do not do this. And there are some very compelling arguments that come up here. People who feel poor, people who can't find a house. But why can't they find a home? Are we talking about affordable housing, which I think the city is defined as just 15% off market value? Or are we talking about subsidized housing for students? What are we talking about? You blended it all together. You make old people like me, well, I'm not quite as old as the last guy, but you make us sound like we don't want to make our city friendly and accessible. But we do. We've been here a long time. We've watched the changes that have happened from City Council, and it's just death by tax. And as a small business owner, the last straw for me was the napkin tax and the grease trap police. You have all of these costs that is hurting your city and eroding its character. You can decide what that character looks like, and I encourage you all to vote no.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Murad Iskandarov, please.
Yes, may I start?
Hi there. It's just a little hard to hear you.
Hello?
Hi. It's just a little hard to hear you. If you could speak up a bit.
Hello? Yes.
And we've got an echo for some reason. You don't have any other devices on, do you, sir?
No, I do not. I can skip this panel if that's
Would you mind just hanging up and calling in again? I'll make sure I get to you after the next speaker. Would that be okay? We're having trouble with your connection.
Does it sound better right now?
Sounds much better right now, yeah.
Okay.
Except now it doesn't anymore. Okay, we're going to come back to you, sir. Let's go with Brad Lafarge, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. Another thing off my bucket list. My name is Brad Laforge. I've lived in Calgary since 1971, and I'm a business owner. I represent no special interest groups other than my immediate family. I am opposed to RCG blanket rezoning that is being discussed. My wife and I raised our family in a single detached home in Ward 1 that we have owned for 40 years. We also own a condo in a master plan community in Ward 7. This condo, originally intended to house our son, ended up back in our possession when his situation changed. It has been rented to an immigrant single mother attending grad school at the U of C since construction was completed. Angie and I have made the conscious decision to keep the rent the same level over the past 4 years. This decision was made recognizing the value of having a consistent good tenant, an understanding of her situation, and no need for greed. In 1981, when I moved out of the comfort of my parents' home, I had to pay an agency to assist in finding rental accommodation for two 18-year-old males. We ended up in a dubious and probably illegal basement suite in Albert Park. We were grateful to find anything. Looking back, that time spent adulting was character building. We worked hard to pay the rent that was comparable to what we are seeing today in 2024 dollars. Decisions were made to ensure the rent was paid and food was on the table. Failure would have meant moving back home, and that was not an option. I'm thankful to be raised in a time when everything was not labeled a crisis. While we faced challenges, nothing was handed to us. Nowadays, politicians attach the word crisis to every challenge before them, thereby diluting its impact. There seems to be a global agenda to instill fear by labeling a crisis, everything a crisis. If we learned anything in the past 4 years, having people live in fear makes them easier to control. An actual crisis did occur in 1982 when the father of our current globalist puppet, trying to bribe us with our own money, attacked Alberta directly with his national energy policy. Within a very short time, we went from almost 0% vacancy rate to a city filled with empty properties. Anyone paying attention understands this is cyclical. I've revised this numerous times because some of what I'm going to say was said earlier by Kevin, but I need to reiterate it. Our current housing shortage and therefore upward pressure on pricing can be directly attributed to unchecked immigration into this country that needs to be addressed by the federal government, endless money creation by central banks which dilutes the value of money already in circulation, forcing prices to rise incessantly. Neither of these issues are within your jurisdiction, yet you're trying to solve them using the same policies they espouse. Typical government behavior: create the problem and sell the solution. We deserve and demand less government in our lives. We also have a provincial government making sound policy decisions that have made it more appealing to be part of the energy in our great city, resulting in unprecedented migration in. While I acknowledge the presence of homelessness, this plan lacks measures to tackle the root causes, namely mental illness and substance addiction, which are prevalent among those living on the streets. Blanket rezoning will not impact affordable housing availability. Prominent on the City of Calgary website is their endorsement statement on truth and reconciliation, anti-racism, equity, diversity, inclusion, and belonging. The first sentence I see below this is the purpose of the City of Calgary is to make life better every day. I see this principle applying to everyone, including us old guys with white or no hair, not just a select few in the city. Diversity was once celebrated as a strength, while uniformity in neighborhoods will be a weakness. Contrary to the Mayor Gondek's claim of liberation, not everyone wants to be a renter for life. Those words are straight from the World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and be happy. Who are you really working for here? The city's diversity and neighborhood charm are what make it truly special. We all take pride in calling this place home. However, as neighborhoods lose their unique character, the sense of inclusion and belonging cherished by homeowners will be removed. In closing, I'd like to specifically address the 8 of you in front of me who voted against holding a plebiscite. In the words of an Alberta hero, when did you become afraid of your citizens? Although I urge you to vote no, I understand those of you who have already made up your minds prior to the start of this public hearing are unlikely to change your stance. Consequently, we the voters will have to express our response at the ballot box come October 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Adrian George, please. I'm going to add something. Madam Clerk, what's indicated in the procedure bylaw about conduct in chambers, if you wouldn't mind sharing it with people?
One moment, please.
And I raise this for a very good reason, which I will explain in a moment.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So the procedure bylaw provides for the conduct both of members of council, administration, as the public, and specifically what the procedure bylaw provides is that in order to ensure a safe, respectful meeting environment, those seated in the public gallery or participating remotely at a council meeting must not spontaneously applaud, display signs, or engage in any behavior which may be disruptive, disrespectful, or intimidating to others.
So we're on day 4. I've mentioned this a few times, and I will mention something specifically. There have been incidents where people have been speaking, and members of the audience have hissed at them, made noise at them, commented on what they're saying. Everyone here that's presenting today from the public deserves to be respected. It doesn't matter if you agree with what they're saying or not. They've all taken the time to be here. Their 5 minutes are important to them, so I would ask you again, please, to not disrupt the proceedings, and then we can get on to the next speakers as quickly as we can. Thank you very much. Let's go to Adrian George, please. Not here. Let's go to Murad Iskandarov. Are you back on the line, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, that sounds better so far. Please go ahead.
Yes. If you could give me 1 second.
I can do that.
Okay, I can start. Hello, my name is Murad Iskandarov, and I am a fourth-year international political science student at the University of Calgary. I came to this country from Azerbaijan 2.5 years ago. I grew up in an environment where I rarely needed a car because this post-Soviet era infrastructure that existed in my country allowed me seamless access to buses and metro stations. Now, this is not an endorsement of communism, obviously, as my country's post-colonial experience has taught me to detest that ideological framework. However, I do find it amusing that the catastrophic planned economy approach of the Soviet Union has produced more accessible cities to its civilians, a legacy which persists to this day, as Russia still has the largest metro line network in the world. This, despite the country being ruled by a warmongering despot who tanked his economy during his rule. Somehow in Canada, we are lagging behind. I wanted to provide the stark contrast of the underdeveloped Russian economy first, instead of making the well-known comparisons people have made many times with Western European countries. That is to say, even Eastern Europe is ahead of us in terms of making cities accessible. To add further context to my life experience, my home city of Baku has a mere population of 3 million, and was far less than that number during the era of Soviet colonialism. Despite this, the authorities in Moscow thought it would still been a worthwhile contribution to the city's residents, even though, in the context of Russia, we were the outskirts of their empire. This has ensured that people can actually access their jobs properly, while here in Canada, the fact that so many employers request people have their own cars and driver's licenses is insulting and arguably an infringement on their individual rights to access the free market with all its opportunities. Since I've arrived in Calgary to make this free and democratic country a better place for others here who share my values and beliefs in freedom of speech and democracy, whether they're immigrants or Canadian citizens, I've switched 3 residencies. My current housing situation is arguably far better than that of many people in this city. However, my previous landlord was problematic and frankly made my life more complicated alongside the stress I already received by trying to sustain a sustainable source of income, sustaining my academic excellency, and trying to integrate into my new society through networking. Furthermore, cycling is an important hobby in my life. By my second year, I bought a bike, only to find it stolen in broad daylight on campus. When I cycled, I was honked at and harassed by drivers in the city. Clearly, the city is not bike-friendly, and yes, before you ask, I did lock my bike. People have made a lot of good points so far through these proceedings. However, I wanted to highlight issues that are personal to me. Canada clearly needs immigrants, as all statistics indicate, yet it doesn't even have the capacity to house the amount it is accepting now. Added to that, in my true spirit of post-Soviet anti-Russian colonialist solidarity, I would like to highlight that the city has accepted a lot of Ukrainian refugees who are fleeing Putin's fascist war, and they need housing too, just as much as other incoming immigrants. To finish off, yesterday at one of the panels, someone described Trudeau as a communist. As someone whose great-grandma was a victim of Stalinist forced population relocations, I find comments like that troubling and insulting, frankly. Democracy is not a joke. It requires participation, respect, and accountability to be sustained, as I've learned from my own life experience and my academic experience studying political science in the Canadian framework. City elections have the lowest voter turnout, which is alarming. If your own citizens don't participate in their democratic processes, then the same way people utilize the lack of democratic participation in Russia, your country will become a victim of democratic backsliding. Please vote yes. The facts clearly point to this being a good initiative, and so does the study of economics as a discipline. It cuts red tape and encourages more creativity in the free market that you Canadians like to boast about so much when you contrast your country with the USSR and China. Thank you. This speech is all those who labeled this rezoning law as socialist or communist.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm looking to see if there's any questions for this panel, and I don't see any, so thank you everyone for joining us today. You can go back to your seats. You can hang up from the line and follow along on the live feed. Appreciate your time today. This moves us along to panel number 59, and I will see who's here. Do we have Meteush Selmasi? Thank you. Do we have Shazia Jinnah Morset, sorry. Do we have Alexander Chevalier? Do we have Darren Garlow? Jonathan Van Heist?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And then let me just make sure what we've got going for the next panel. For panel number 60, do we have Alan Turnbull? Thank you. Do we have Alvin Arthur? Do we have Dana Chiddick? Great. Thank you both. I'll call your panel when it's time. Let's go to Actually, since you're both here, I'm going to put you into the panel that we're doing right now. So if you want to come up and grab a seat, you can. If you're comfortable where you are, that's fine too. And that was Alan Turnbull, correct? Yep, and Dana Chittick. All right. So let's go with Mutiush, please.
Thank you all for taking the time to listen to Calgarians this week. My name is Mateusz Salmasi, and I'm the Vice President External of the University of Calgary Students' Union, where I'm proud to represent over 29,000 undergraduate students. I spoke before you back in September when Calgary's housing strategy, Home is Here, was passed, and I'm here again to ensure we continue to push this issue forward towards a better city. Last summer, the Students' Union put out the call asking Calgarians to offer any spare rooms or basements or secondary suites they might have to rent to students. This is because every available residence on-campus housing unit was full. The backup plan for when this happens is that U of C works with other schools to share the available space. But when I say it was full, I include other schools like SAIT and Mount Royal University. Their on-campus housing units were full as well. U of C is much like Calgary in that we are constantly advertising for new talent to come here, but not building the supports to accommodate them better. Yet we see the harsh reality of students sleeping in their cars or curling up to sleep in corners of our libraries because they cannot afford to live here. Students, much like residents, are more than just a bottom line to create profit. They deserve a safe space to live and the opportunity to experience the incredible quality of life the city has become known for. When we asked Calgarians to step up and help students, they responded massively, showing that same neighborly sense of hospitality as they did during the 2013 flood. We got calls from Calgarians who were heartbroken that our young people who are just trying to receive a good education and give back to their communities had to sleep rough. Every spare room someone offered was one more student who found a roof over their head. The Students' Union still hosts a housing listing board on our website, which, as an aside, is not what student money should have to pay for, but we're left with no other choice. Even with that support, it was not enough. Many Calgarians ended up calling us not to offer their suites for rent to students, but to say, "I'm so angry about this. I'm so sorry. I don't have a spare room or any kind of suite. What can I do?" I want to show respect to all those kinds of folks, but I also want to say it isn't up to individuals to solve this issue for us. It's up to our elected officials to make strong choices in the vested interests of our city, to lead by example, which we have seen this council do on several occasions. There's been a lot of talk this week about issues that face Calgary, such as school sizes, that aren't the jurisdiction of this council. The Students' Union will advocate to the appropriate bodies on the issues they can control, and the issue of RCG zoning is one that you do control, and one we hope you will pass this week. Issues similar to these have come up to council before, and perhaps if we had changed our zoning bylaws years ago, there would have been enough people with rooms and suites for students today. However, for as hospitable as this city can be, as I mentioned, there was misinformed pushback to improvements a few years ago, which saw the increase to the supply of secondary suites. That set us back. When those changes were finally approved, the worst case scenarios offered in hearings like this did not come true. Instead, we are only now starting to see the tiniest fruits of that labor. But every little bit counts in a housing crisis. There's no silver bullet to fix this housing issue, and it's not a damnation against our city that we are in a housing crisis. I'm an international student, which is not a bad thing, and it's not the bad thing it's made out to be. And I want to continue to live and work here in Calgary because it's an incredible city that is not reserved for people who were born here in their 70s and their descendants. Instead, by eliminating exclusionary zoning practices, we can continue to scrape away all the barriers that created this housing crisis so that we are never in this situation again. We have the chance to learn from the mistakes of our past, which as students is sometimes the best we can hope for. You've been elected to represent the best of Calgary, and I hope you can vote in favor of continuing to build a city that can welcome everyone that it is attracting. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Shazia Jinnah Morset, please.
All right. Thank you, Council, for this time to speak. My name is Shazia Jinnah Morset, and I'm the president of the University of Calgary Students' Union and the chair of the Calgary Student Alliance, representing well over 50,000 post-secondary students in this city. My year in office as president of the University of Calgary Students' Union started focused on housing last summer as many students prepared to move to Calgary or back to Calgary to continue their education, but struggled to secure housing. Feels like a very full circle moment for me to speak to council today as I finish off my term in office in the next 29 hours. As president this week, focusing on the same issue, housing. Today I'm speaking in support of RCG zoning and ask that council vote yes on what is before them. As a student leader, I've seen not only countless students unable to find housing, but I am also seeing many graduating students choosing to leave Calgary because of the lack of housing availability. I may become one of them, and it pains me to be looking at Edmonton, I tell you that. This should not only be concerning to parents of current or future students, but all Calgarians, because it means we are losing the next generation of teachers, medical practitioners, engineers, scientists, writers, and other skilled young people, even in the trades, who could have shared their talent with this great city, but are instead choosing to live elsewhere. It has been spoken about at length throughout these past few days that RCG zoning will not be the magic solution that solves the housing crisis. And that is because that magic solution...
Can you hang on one second? Hi there, if you're on the line, if you could please mute yourself, that would be great. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. And that's because that magic solution doesn't exist, but RCG upzoning will absolutely be an essential piece to the puzzle in addressing the housing crisis and allow for more diverse housing to be built and be built faster. This puzzle piece is about housing availability. This puzzle piece is about housing availability. It is my hope that by approving this motion, more students are able to keep their talent in Calgary after graduation, continue to contribute to our economy, and be given the opportunity to live in our vibrant city, to elevate our city to new heights. But from listening to this public hearing and seeing the fear in so many voices, I'm disappointed. Maybe that's exactly what folks are afraid of. Exclusionary zoning is just that. It's exclusionary. And the Calgary I've been growing up in, working in, volunteering in, learning in, strives to be inclusive. And I truly, truly believe that. As a soon-to-be graduate myself, I am worried about my husband and I's future in Calgary and if we will ever be able to once again rent, let alone own a home of our own. In fact, I'm a born and raised Calgarian, a lifelong resident of the Northeast, Ward 10, and I have worked for the last 14 years since I was 13 years old. My husband can say the same, other than not having the great fortune of being born here, but in Winnipeg. We cannot afford to buy a home. And yet, just 4 years ago, we were nearly there. And yes, that dream was a simple row house. Everything has changed so quickly. Just consider that in the last 2 years alone, the University of Calgary residences have had a 800-person plus wait list for the first time ever. This is a clear reflection of the dire reality of our low vacancy, namely in established areas. I love this city, and so do a lot of folks already here, and even more and more are figuring out that Calgary is the place to be. Could you blame them? I'm worried that exclusionary zoning prevents us all from finding the homes that we need, whether that be renting or buying at any phase and stage of our lives. The way we grow depends on this vote before council. Not whether we grow as Calgary, but how. As I close my term off as University of Calgary SU president this week, I will be carefully watching how this vote unfolds next week. I hope that council takes into consideration the voices of students and votes yes to RCG zoning citywide. Let's not leave a vast diversity of talent on the table. Thank you very much, council.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Alexandre Chevalier, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor Gondek, members of council. My name is Alex Chevalier, and I'm president of the Calgary and District Labour Council. I normally don't speak on planning matters, so this is a first for me. I'm here because I don't see this. I see this as sort of a continuation of an unfolding crisis. We had a vacancy rate crisis in 2006 for renters. We had it again in 2012, and it's repeating itself again in today. Today, we also have an affordability of housing crisis. And the reason I'm speaking, and the reason I'm supporting the change to RCG, is because among our members, we have members that make modest livings. When you work at a grocery store, when you're a healthcare aide, you're not making a ton of money. Alberta Health Services pays their healthcare aides between $20 and $25 an hour. And I don't know how you can afford to live in a city like Calgary earning between $20 and $25 an hour. I came out of Safeway, and looking today, I did a rough calculation that at the top rate, and if I rented the average one-bedroom condo, it would cost $1,695, which would be roughly 47% of a person's net income. And so I don't know how you run a city when people who do essential work in the city can't afford to live in it. Where are healthcare aides going to live? Where are personal support workers going to live? Where are the people who do a lot of the work that, helps our neighbors, helps our friends, going to live in this current city? So I urge you to support the RCG zoning because it's affecting a lot of my members. That is why we have been so invested in this. I urge you to support this because there are a lot of people who would like to be here, who would like to speak, but who can't because they're working 2 and 3 jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's see, do we have Darren Garlow yet? Right. Let's go to Jonathan Van Heist, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is John Van Heist. I am speaking to you today as a resident of this vibrant city, proud of the community we have built together, but also aware of the challenges we face in shaping its future. I'm asking you to vote in favor of the rezoning for housing proposal. This change is not just about buildings, it's about the kind of city we want to live in, one that thrives on sustainability and opportunity for all. Firstly, I speak from personal experience. I live in an MCG zoned townhome in Bankview, a neighborhood that embraces diverse housing options and shows how detached homes, duplexes, row houses, and low-rise apartment buildings can all coexist. Living in a higher density community has enriched my life in many ways. From vibrant parks, many nearby transit routes, and a short walk to restaurants and small businesses, my partner and I can live locally and enjoy these neighborhood amenities without feeling overcrowded or disconnected from our neighbors. We have our own large patio space and room to share garden boxes with the people next door. We're a block away from the community hall and tennis courts. Despite having narrower streets than some of the city, traffic is manageable as not everyone needs to drive everywhere. I see many children walking to school in my neighborhood and parents who feel safe letting them go to the local park with friends. It's time we extend these advantages to more residents across our city. But I worry that with the worsening housing situation, we will not be able to stay in this great community much longer. As we consider growing our family, we may need to look elsewhere for housing. We've been able to save enough to put toward the down payment, but would barely be able to afford the mortgage on a new home without eroding our quality of life. And we are very privileged compared to others who are spending up to half of their income or more on housing and who are one small emergency away from a crisis in their own life. Opening up more of the city's land for gentle density can be a significant step towards stemming this tide and helping our supply catch up with the growing demand to live in this great city. But to reference several speakers from earlier in the public hearing, affordability is not just about housing costs. Density without transportation equity will not get us out of the current crisis. Myself and many other community members have spoken at council many times in the past supporting investments in public transit, sidewalks, pathways, and traffic calming. I am fortunate that my community has transit options, my job is just a few kilometers away, and that my health and ability allows me to walk and bicycle for the majority of my daily needs. This allows me to live without my own automobile, which makes my life much more affordable. I believe that many of our communities are far away from effectively supporting these transport choices. Beyond passing the rezoning bylaw, I encourage Council to continue to invest in infrastructure, transit, and shared community spaces for our growing and changing communities. I'll end with a short rhyme to hopefully break up what has been a long public hearing, many speakers yet to come. Townhomes are nice. Row homes are fine. Let's have more neighbors, and we'll all share some wine. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Alan Turnbull, please.
My name is Alan Turnbull, a homeowner in Meadowlark Park, who will be adversely impacted by the proposed blanket rezoning to RCG. No matter how well-intentioned, I'm sad to say, in my opinion, the proposal is fundamentally flawed. The blanket rezoning is quite vague, shrouded by a complete lack of clarity and detail, and built on a shaky foundation. Why? First, blanket rezoning would allow for a broad and disparate array of building forms and densities to be constructed on a single lot, from detached homes to a wide range of multi-unit building forms that, when combined with basement suites and possible backyard suites, could result in densities of anywhere from 1 to 12 units on a lot that is currently a single-family home, with no community safeguards whatsoever that will only compound the inevitable chaotic result. Second, and more importantly, blanket rezoning is a regulatory construct erected on a false or at best questionable premise, namely that such a broad and disparate range of building forms and densities is presumed to be consistent with the nature and character of every one of the RC1 communities across Calgary. This one-size-fits-all approach effectively delegates to lobbyists, developers, and other unelected and unaccountable personnel the power to drop a hodgepodge of disparate building forms and range of densities throughout our communities without any regard for the context and nature of the community, and deprived of a public voice before council without any meaningful input from those directly impacted. We're led to believe that if blanket rezoning is approved, our loss of a meaningful public voice before council should not be of concern. We're told our voice can still be heard as part of administration's permit approval process. However, a file hearing before a faceless, unelected bureaucracy was never intended to serve, and in fact does not serve, the same purpose as a public hearing before our elected representatives. Make no mistake, Calgarians will be deprived of a voice before their elected representatives going forward, because the fundamental question of whether or not such a wide range of disparate building forms and densities are out of context with the nature and character of our communities will have already been decided by council. That fundamental question will not be revisited as part of an administration's permit approval process, which is largely a tick-the-box type of exercise compared to the role of council. The end result, I fear, will be a chaotic, random approach to development administered by unelected developers who will decide what to build and where in our communities. Quite the opposite of planning, as I understand that term, closer to an abrogation of responsibility. Ironically, by an overbroad, overreaching, hands-off approach, blanket rezoning will likely achieve few, if any, benefits at a very high cost to the public and to our established communities. I direct your attention to the concerns expressed by the Calgary Real Estate Board, our local real estate professionals, who stated on February 13 that blanket rezoning is not the right solution to address Calgary's housing challenges, that it poses a significant risk to our communities, and that it will only make the housing situation worse. A regulatory framework that takes meaningful decision-making and input away from Calgarians without any confidence that the nature and character of our communities will be respected undermines our communities and undermines public trust that will ultimately boomerang back. It's simply wrong to disenfranchise single-family homeowners from a democratic voice before their elected representatives. I strongly urge Council to vote against the proposal. And Madam Mayor, if with your indulgence, I would like to recognize, and I think
You're
one thing...
at time, though. I'm sorry.
No, what I want to do is recognize the people who have made this hearing possible. I want to compliment and thank the clerk's office and all the many people behind the scenes who are working very hard to make this a logistically successful hearing. They deserve to be recognized, and I extend my thanks. And if it's any consolation to them, their long hours and their dedication, they are going down in history as the longest hearing in the history of the city of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. That's the one exception I will offer. So thank you very much. Okay. But didn't we just do a big thing about no disruptions? Leading by example? Let's go to Dana Chittick, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak on the blanket rezoning issue. My name is Dana Chittick. Myself and my spouse are against blanket rezoning to RCG and established communities. First, we believe you've not done an adequate job of explaining to the public what it actually is. There have been misleading city flyers, posters stating RCG could encompass 4plexes on one city lot. The truth is, it can be a duplex, townhouse, row house, 4plex, and could be up to 12 units on one 50 by 120 lot. 4 units at the front of a lot with basement suites and 4 laneways at the back. Some people don't realize this could happen mid-block. I think the mid-block aspect to this proposal creates most of the anger and emotional mental anxiety for our R1 communities because it creates a lottery system among neighbors. A developer who buys next to me, and I am mid-block, by the way, could build a single family home, and I'm considered, quote, very lucky. But my neighbor 1 street over has a developer who wants to build the 12-unit scenario. Oh, gee, Frank, that's too bad. You had bad luck there. So there is this great feeling of uncertainty and actual helplessness over all of this. We agree, my husband and I, that something has to be done about housing. To do nothing is extreme. But to do blanket, one-size-fits-all in established areas is also extreme. There has to be a solution somewhere in the middle that accommodates the missing middle, as it is called. If this is about affordability, and you believe this is the moral decision and in the public good, then why are you leaving the execution of that decision up to the free market? Affordability through private profit seems a little laissez-faire as the city's solution to a housing crisis. And you don't really know how the free market will react. Could we get speculators and developers who buy land and simply hold it? Of course. Could we get into a building frenzy and the economy tanks because the price of oil goes down to $40 a barrel? Of course. What happens to all those units when everyone leaves? What happens to unfinished structures? If you're serious about affordability, then why don't you use the $228 million federal inducement fund to develop the 24 acres of vacant land you own at Midfield Heights? It's been vacant for 5 years. Why don't you develop your own land and buildings before interfering with R1 communities? Communities like Rosedale, that's where I'm from, and we have openly worked with the city and to establish recent zoning and heritage guidelines. Starting in November 2021, City worked with area residents, community associations, heritage advocates, home builders, developers to create heritage guidelines for areas in the North Hill communities with concentrations of heritage assets, sometimes known as, quote, character homes. Typically, these heritage assets were constructed prior to 1945, retain their original form, scale, massing, window, door pattern, and architectural details or materials. So when people say they're concerned about losing the character of their neighborhood, that is what they mean. They mean character of the design, architecture, street setbacks, just the general vibe of the place. Heritage guidelines in North Hill communities were done to help ensure new houses and significant rentals in heritage-rich areas of the North Hill are sensitive to the historic context and respect existing heritage assets. Heritage guidelines were included as an amendment to the North Hill Community's local area plan. To implement the heritage guidelines, the city has also brought forward amendments to land use bylaw. How is this going to work with RCG zoning, especially mid-block? I've not heard anyone here from an established community say no development at all. They just want their own community to have input and say in what goes where and where density makes sense. I think we should watch other places like Edmonton and other cities to see how they fare and learn what actually works and where amendments should be made. I received this card in my mailbox. It clearly says yes. I understand hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent in printing it. So the city spent my tax dollars on a card telling me yes when I say no. I can't help but think you've made up your mind when you put a card in my box that says yes. There's been other strong arguments the city's promotional materials and messages are confusing and insufficient in detail and also perfect recipe to manufacture consent. Please start over and have a public plebiscite.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm just looking in the queue and I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you all.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm in the panel. I have questions and so does Councillor Wong.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, never mind. There are questions. They're just, my apologies. Councillor Sharp, you go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Salmasi, I have a couple questions for you, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes.
Hi. Okay. You mentioned that the U of C Student Union worked with alumni to help like students find homes with alumni that have maybe secondary suites or rooms for rent. How did that go? And the reason I'm asking is I had this conversation last night with the student union from SAIT, and they don't have a program like that. So if your program's going really well, would it be something you could share with that institution?
The Students Union partners with a program called placesforstudents.com. The Students Union pays that platform, and in exchange, that platform will host anyone, not just alumni, allowing anyone to post advertisements specifically for students. And yes, we can absolutely share that with our counterparts. In terms of its success, it's successful with regard to it's a usable platform, and we think it can get a broad enough awareness to have a decent number of listings, but those listings don't come near enough in addressing the demand that students are that is needed. But it's definitely better than nothing. But we'd be happy to share with our counterparts, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it would be great because he had mentioned that they don't do that. And I think maybe if you could help, that would be great. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. My other question for you, if you want to answer, is the university being so close to innovation corridor. I know that they're looking at putting residential units. Would that be something the Student Union or University of Calgary would advocate for? Only because that's a lot of density over there for student housing. Have you advocated for that, or is that something you would be interested in advocating for, or something that, as the ward area councillor, I could help you with?
We have been advocating that the university build more residence units to meet demand. I can't speak for the university. I can only say that my understanding is that the University of Calgary has completed a residence demand analysis, which was designed to measure, the prospective demand and demand growth that will be, seen by students over the coming years as enrollment grows. And so we are advocating for that, but at the same time, and we're always open to collaborating on increased density anywhere in the city. So we'd be happy to take up your offer on that. At the same time, the reason we're speaking about RCG here today is because most students are going to live off campus, and one of the reasons that there's been such a rapid increase in the residence wait list for on-campus housing in such a short amount of time is because the off-campus rental housing market has become so extreme and inhospitable to students that they had no other choice but to turn to on-campus housing. So we're in support of RCG because even if it's 1,500 units, 1,500 more units a year, that's 1,500 more market units, which is where most students are going to end up available to students every year. So, yeah.
Could you explain to me what off-market or off-campus housing, why it was inhospitable? Like, I'm a little bit concerned about that, if students wouldn't be safe outside of campus.
Oh, excuse me. I meant the rental market was inhospitable in the sense that the vacancy rate is so low. Students who otherwise, and the rental market was such that off-campus housing, which would have been the more affordable option, and was so for many, many years, now it's on-campus housing that is actually competing with the off-campus rental market, and off-campus housing is less and less available. So they're turning to on-campus housing.
Okay, that's interesting. I'd like to have a conversation with you offline, if we can, after this public hearing, a little bit about university district or innovation corridor and some of the stuff that you're hearing and seeing off campus, on campus. I'd like to understand that a little bit better. So thanks for being here today.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Samasi. You triggered a couple of questions. I'm going to just follow up right away, and that is the choice of on-campus, off-campus. The question I've got, though, is rental rates. What's the rental rates between off and on, and how much have they changed in the course of, say, 3 years?
I can't again. I can't speak for the University of Calgary. I'll speculate a little bit, or to the best of my memory. My understanding is that on-campus rental rates haven't moved that much in comparison to off-campus housing. So, I guess to give an anecdotal example, in 2018. I would have paid, I want to say about $950, close to $1,000 a month as a first-year student in my first semester, and I was really eager to quickly get off campus and find a not great but $450, $500 room to rent. Now we're seeing students who are paying $850 in off-campus housing that is, overcrowded, poor conditions, and 2 students sharing a room. So when I would have been able to get pay $500 to have my own room at least, you got students kind of stacked up on top of each other and paying way more. So one is on-campus residence is going to be more appealing.
Okay. The other question is, how prevalent is room rentals versus suite rentals for students?
We wouldn't have that data. What I can say is that room rentals do tend to be cheaper because you're carving out just a piece of a house or a property. Yeah. But if you're an older student, or maybe in those cases where you're a student who is you're a single parent, you'll be leaning much more toward those suites. But if there's not enough supply, that gets more and more difficult as well.
Okay. In and around University of Calgary, which is my ward, I've got Banff Trail and St. Andrews and University Heights and so on and so forth, and Councillor Sharp has Varsity. When we start taking property, like an older bungalow, knocking it down and creating a RCG, or just even a simple duplex in that, The propensity of doing that is obviously building a more modern house, and at today's prices, the cost is obviously going to be different than what it was before. Is there a concern on your part that what's being replaced with, the new stock, is actually of higher cost, higher quality, therefore a concern about the trickle-down rental rate?
I can never complain about higher quality housing, of course. That being said, when it comes to the knocking down of a single family unit for a building that is more density, whether that's a duplex or a fourplex, we're not so concerned because students live all throughout, students will live beyond Ward 7, of course. Obviously, we're highly concentrated there because of campus, but we're especially concerned. The reason we're supporting RCG so heavily is because we're very concerned that, your future nurse who is attending their practicums at a hospital, in the far corners of the city, or your engineering student who has to commute right now, maybe they can't find a unit, an available unit in a part of town that's closer to the engineering firm while they're working there for their co-op internship. Students are spread out throughout the city, so it's going to happen that some units, as they're knocked down and rebuilt, are, they're newer, so they're going to be a higher cost, but we need more supply at the end of the day.
Okay, where I'm going with this, and maybe I didn't phrase it properly. If we're building new RCGs at a high cost because of inflation and interest rates, the potential rental costs may be higher than what you're paying today. Is that a concern?
Sorry, I missed the last bit of your question.
Is the potential rental cost, because the cost of building is higher, is the potential rental cost that could be higher than what you're paying today, is that a concern? Given the stories that I've heard of, as I mentioned, those students in subpar housing stacked up on top of each other, already paying exorbitant rates, I think that with a greater supply of those kinds of units, even if they're newer and higher quality, even if if the land value or the property value is higher as a result, at the end of the day, the students who the students who might rent, we're talking about the increasing of the supply of essentially landlords as well. And so right now students are choosing between kind of nothing, not very much, and this subpar housing where they're being exploited and they're being price gouged. If we have students choosing between subpar housing that's dangerous or inhospitable and they're being price gouged, or decent quality, better managed housing units where they're maybe paying more than they would have in 2018, but it's not quite what they're paying in the lower quality, that's significantly better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Last question I've got is that in Motel Village, right across from McMahon Stadium, there's a potential building another student hub type building there. Would that help your situation?
In what, sorry?
Motel Village, which is across from McMahon Stadium. If we built another high-rise student accommodation, would that help the situation?
We would have to look at the specific project, but the more student housing units, the better. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor DeMong, please.
It's for Ms. Chittick. So I also share your concern about the mid-blocks. But if this RCG blanket zoning were not to go forward, would you be interested and would you actually be willing to get involved in a local area plan that would describe how your community would densify, going from the high points and then to the medium density out and irradiating outward?
This is an interesting question because I plan on retiring in another year or so and I need something to do. So yeah, sure, I would be interested in getting involved in that.
Interesting. Something else happening in about a year from now. It's called a city election, so keeping it in mind. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. Let's go to the next panel. Do we have Lori Holdenreid? Do we have Bethany Van Heist?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Do we have Julieta Peruca? Do we have Jerry Luo? Hi. If you're here, if you could just come on up and grab a seat, that would be great. Thank you. Do we have Juan Estevez Morano? Hi, please come on up. I'll call again for Lori Holdenreed or Julieta Peruca. How about from panel 62, do we have Michael Stewart? That's you, sir? No? Okay. Do we have Michael Stewart? Okay, also from panel 62, do we have Tara Stewart? Do we have Elizabeth Evans? Hi. And do we have Bruce Wiggers? Hi, please come on up and have a seat. So the way we will go on this is Bethany, followed by Jerry, followed by Juan, then Elizabeth, and then Bruce. So let's start with Bethany, please.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Gondek. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I would like to start off by thanking you for allowing me to share my story in this really important discussion. My name is Bethany Van Heist, and I'm really happy to be here today. Calgary is an amazing city that I feel honored to call home. I've called Calgary home for 11 years now while living in student dorms at U of C, an apartment in the Beltline, and a top-level unit of a beautiful historic home in Mission, and currently renting a low-density home in the diverse and quirky Ward 8 neighborhood of Bankview, where I enjoy a really strong sense of community. In the past decade, I have been extraordinarily privileged to have safe and comfortable homes, and I acknowledge that this is not the case for many Calgarians who are spending large percentages of their incomes on housing. As my partner and I navigate the challenges and uncertainties during this affordability crisis, I want to share an impactful experience that has shaped my values in housing.
Can you wait just a second? Sorry about that. If you're online right now, we're listening to some of your music, so if you could please make sure you're muted, that'd be great. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay. During an information session on the housing strategy hosted by Courtney Walcott this past fall, I was deeply impacted by a community member's story. Like myself, she had spent her entire career dedicated to human services and supporting people with disabilities. She was very knowledgeable in universal design and accessibility, and she asked important questions during the session. Her voice, informed by her lived experience and career, is really, really valuable to understanding the nuances in housing policy. Later in this session, this woman revealed that she was facing homelessness at the end of the week. And in that moment, I remember feeling my stomach drop and the visceral vulnerability and desperation that she must have been feeling. Immediately following her comments, another woman spoke, and with utter disregard for the dire experience that was just shared, this person expressed outrage and fear of change in her community, fear of renters, and asked how she can stop the housing strategy from being passed. For me, this emotional juxtaposition was a defining moment in which I truly understood my values around housing as a Calgarian. Housing is a human right. I can empathize with the frustration expressed by so many people in vulnerable situations who spoke out at the housing strategy hearings and consultations and engagements and are now being asked to do so again. I want to thank my Ward 8 Councillor, Courtney Walcott, for his leadership and dedication to finding solutions for housing and providing education on rezoning. He personally asked the woman to reach out to his office and offered to help her find housing in whatever means that he could, and I believe that this was true leadership. As I read and learn about the recommendations of the housing strategy, it becomes apparent to me that rezoning is highly impactful and evidence-based strategy to increase the supply of homes. If City Council is unwilling to approve rezoning, I have to wonder which recommendations they are willing to take action on that will address the urgency of Calgary's housing crisis. We need housing today. We needed it yesterday. We do not have time to wait 5 or 10 more years for zoning reform. Approving the city staff's recommendations will allow us to sustainably reimagine the existing communities we live in without resorting to more and more sprawl. Today, I want to offer my time and support to uplift the efforts of planners, researchers, advocacy groups, and community members who've worked hard to educate themselves and others and strategize for sustainable growth. I feel encouraged by the opportunities rezoning offers to enhance walkability to services, improve transit and cycling access, and the ability to age in place. Diverse communities strengthen social bonds, and we know that secure housing is fundamental to public health. In the hearing this week, we've heard many voices that express fear about change in our communities. I sincerely hope that your decisions will be evidence-based, not influenced by fears that are weaponized to gatekeep and exclude. I'd like to urge the Council that in this critical moment, we need you to lead. Listen to community members who may not have the privilege to have their voices uplifted. Your decision on rezoning is a key step
I'm using a
to
voice
ensuring...
assistant to convert your voice to text and respond to you. If you want to continue, please stay on the call.
Sorry
there's
about
an interruption.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm wrapping up. Your decision on rezoning is a key step to ensuring all Calgarians have a safe place to call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Van Heist. If you can mute and just stay on the line for questions at the end of the panel. Thank you. Our next presenter is Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Council. My name is Jerry, and I hail from Edgemont, Ward 4. I am here in support of change and rezoning. I'm here in support of the Housing and Affordability Task Force who researched this change. I am in support of the City Council who has made housing a top priority. Before I begin, there's something I'd like to hear more of in this public hearing, and that's a thank you. Thank you, Council. I can see my city changing, and I can see my city changing for the better. So thank you, Council, for the bike lanes. Thank you for making C-Trains safer. Thank you for making transit-oriented development, and thank you for supporting our vibrant main streets. What I'm concerned about today is the magnitude of the housing challenges facing Calgary. Last year, this council has approved 151, or 75% of RCG zoning redesignations, on top of transit-oriented development and local area plans. But our population grew by an average of 60 Calgarians a day. So what I want to say is I'm actually fine if the master plan isn't perfect. I'm okay if rezoning encounters challenges. But why do I support citywide RCG? Number one, I am a strong towner. I believe in incremental cities, and I believe in diverse and plentiful housing supply. Number two, I've read the task force's recommendations, and I agree with their mission, and I believe in their expertise. Number three, I know it takes time to build housing. It takes time to train the builders. It takes time for supply to reach the market, and for availability to become affordability. I cannot ask 5 years from now for the homes that need to be built today. So please, Council, pass this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. You can have a seat. Next up is Mr. Moreno. You have 5 minutes as soon as you're ready.
Hello, Council. My name is Juan Estevez. I grew up in Lethbridge. I graduated from my finance degree from U of L, and I moved to Calgary in 2020. I currently own a condo in Crescent Heights. On my street, there's a variety of different types of housing, including single-family homes, duplexes, fourplexes, row houses, and even three-story apartments. There are multiple parks and grocery stores and restaurants and schools and various other amenities all within walking distance. The sky hasn't fallen, the community hasn't fallen apart, and the trees have not been clear-cut. I see people walking their dogs or going on walks with their families all of the time. None of the doomsday scenarios that other speakers are so concerned about are happening. A variety of housing types can all coexist in a neighborhood. Crescent Heights isn't the only example. Marda Loop, Kensington, and Altadore, where I previously lived, are neighborhoods where single-family homes can coexist with multifamily homes. There's really no reason to suggest that they can't coexist, or that mixing housing types ruins neighborhoods. I'm honestly kind of surprised at the amount of people that feel like their property rights extend beyond the borders of their property. I don't have the right to tell my neighbors what they can do, and they don't have the right to tell me what I can do. The way I see it, RCG increases your freedoms as a property owner to do what you want with your property. And aren't we all for more freedom? If you're so concerned about parking, then we should be advocating for better and more reliable public transit. The suburban sprawl caused by RC1 is one of the major contributors of car dependency. If you create an environment where cars aren't necessary, then less people will use cars. I used to rally race when I was younger. I really enjoy driving, but I will avoid driving if I have to. And that's really easy to do because I live in a walkable neighborhood with access to transit. The housing crisis crippling Canada right now is a result of mostly two things: the commodification of housing and bad policies over decades. Canada has an obsession with investing in real estate, which is really unfortunate because that directs capital away from productive investments such as businesses. This can be seen in our decreasing labor productivity. This is partially responsible for the rapid rises of housing while wages remain stagnant. One of the worst policy decisions that has led us to this point is from the Christian Liberals that cut federal funding for housing back in the 90s, and that funding cut was never reversed. While municipalities don't have control over that, there are things that municipalities have control, such as zoning. At this point, we all know that increasing the supply. At this point, we all know that we need to increase the supply to meet the increased demand to stabilize housing prices. While RCG isn't the magic bullet that's going to solve this, it's still an important part in increasing the housing supply. The RCG rezoning of Auckland, New Zealand has been brought up in previous panels. While it might be true that the construction boom that happened after the rezoning might have been a part of a regular business cycle, the rezoning allowed the construction boom to be more diverse than it would have been otherwise. And we can already see evidence of this policy being successful, keeping rent prices stable. The average rent increase in Auckland was only 2%, which is significantly less than other cities in New Zealand, such as Wellington. I also see rezoning as a crucial policy for Calgary's financial future. We know that it's more expensive to deliver city services to low-density suburbs compared to urban communities. And in a way, urban communities are subsidizing suburbs to help keep their property taxes lower than they would be otherwise. Suburban homeowners have had decades of having their cake and eating it too, by getting to live with low density while still enjoying services and amenities that would only be possible in bigger, denser cities. RCG rezoning isn't going to take away your single-family homes, but it will create a more financially sustainable future for the whole city and keep your property taxes lower. Lastly, from my perspective as a Ward 7 resident, rezoning should be an easy decision. Ward 7 is a perfect candidate for densification. A lot of neighborhoods in the wards are already undergoing a lot of densification as we speak, with over 90% of zoning applications being approved. It just feels like an unnecessary formality at this point that just slows things down. So I'm asking Council to please approve RCG rezoning and be known as the council that helped Calgary move forward instead of holding Calgary back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moreno. Next up is Ms. Evans. Ms. Evans, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon, members of council, the mayor. My name is Elizabeth Evans. We have a home in the community of Maple Ridge in Ward 11. I am here as an ordinary mom of a disabled daughter, age 36, on AISH. She is among the most vulnerable in our society. I am also mom to a boomerang child, a daughter who's back at home due to the inaffordability of housing. Thank you for allowing me to speak today regarding the imposed blanket rezoning approach. While I agree that efforts should be directed to address affordability in our city, including the housing crisis, Council's attempt to solve the problem using a one-size-fits-all approach is inadequate. It neglects to consider the broader implications of affordability in our city. There are many reasons I disagree with the blanket rezoning approach, such as the fact that my family and I value the unique qualities of our neighborhood, primarily its low density. However, that will take longer than my allotted 5 minutes. So I will focus on parking and transit to show this strategy is deeply flawed. In order to facilitate the density under the new zoning, the city proposes taking away parking spaces. How can one own a car without a place to park it? We have heard many times throughout this hearing the negativity this brings to all residents of communities that are in the throes of densification, with no parking under the densification now proposed in my neighborhood. Without a car, families will have to rely on transit or other means of transportation. I have heard many disability and low-income advocates lobby for blanket rezoning. However, this blanket rezoning in every neighborhood is not the solution to low-income, affordable housing. As many previous presenters have pointed out, affordable housing will not be built in Maple Ridge. Nor should it be until the city can adequately solve the transportation issue. We recently relocated our daughter from our home to apartments on the C train line where she can better access transit and live independently. Affordable housing and transportation go hand in hand in order to facilitate independence and affordability. Simply put, Calgary's transit system is ill-equipped to handle the everyday needs of its citizens. The transit system is often unreliable and inaccessible to many residents. Buses do not run late in certain communities and have reduced hours of operation on Sundays and holidays. Transit mainly focuses on the C train line. However, many communities are a significant distance from the C train line. Calgary's transit system caters to the Monday to Friday rush hour crowd. Transit expansion is on the council's agenda. However, accessible transit must be in place before high-density plans that allow residents to forego cars can take place. Otherwise, we will have the same parking backlash faced by council when it attempted to solve the parking problem in densified neighborhoods by imposing residential street parking fees. The proposed standard of a half a parking stall per unit ignores the realities of young families seeking low-cost or affordable housing, the very people council seeks to assist. What family do you know of that can realistically function on one car, let alone half a car? The reality of supporting a family nowadays is that both parents work. That entails transportation to and from work, not to mention ferrying children to events and possibly school. This council appears to believe that this is possible given our current transit system. Our community is not a walking community. There are no services available in Maple Ridge. The nearest low-cost grocery store is a 45-minute walk from our home. Our family doctor was an hour and 10-minute bus ride from our home until we finally found one closer. Even with 3 drivers, each with their own vehicle, it is often a challenge to ferry our dependent daughter to services that everyday people need, not to mention specific services she needs. In short, residents of my neighborhood must be able to drive to access community services.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, you're just at time. Just stay with us in case we have any questions for you. Do we have Bruce Wiggers?
Good afternoon. We're all wanting to see affordable housing, no matter what the demographic is presented, but blanket rezoning is not the solution. Rather than using the word neighborhoods, Calgary calls them communities. So what is a community? A community is a collection of individuals who share similar cultural values and traditions and act upon those values in such a way that the collective good of all influenced. By contrast, a neighborhood is defined as a place on a map. Our council calls them communities, but now treats them like destinations on a map. Our communities do contain cultural groups of people with common goals and interests, living together in places that they have chosen to call their homes, and collectively influence the good of all living in that community. People living in these communities have made the biggest purchase of their life, knowing that appropriate zoning would maintain the place which they call home. Their home, their community, has been a place that contains schools, parks, recreation facilities, transportation routes, grocery stores, and infrastructure that was designed for each unique community. Blanket rezoning communities does not take into account the collective good of all Calgarians and does not address individual communities. In order to protect communities and not simply regard them as a place on a map, the city should continue to pursue the local area plans for all communities as promised on their webpage, which I read today. This will allow all communities to maintain the original integrity and design of the community while allowing for densification. I'm not going to repeat all the negatives that people have put about blanket rezoning, but I hope to address how did we get here? Why council has allowed the crisis to get out of control. There are three very simple things that council could address that would have huge impacts. Number one, Airbnbs. Vancouver was way ahead of us regarding unaffordable housing. One of the major contributing factors was taking homes off the market and turning them to Airbnbs. There are sufficient hotels to accommodate short-term visitors. If all Airbnbs were converted to long-term rentals, we would definitely have more housing. Two, investors from overseas. Vancouver also had investors, many from out of country, owning multiple properties simply as an investment, which drove up the costs of ownership. In Calgary, there are some of these investors holding multiple empty apartments, which simply is a way for them to store their money. Three, investment funds that are currently buying up single-family homes and turning them into rental properties. This further contributes to a lack of affordable supply of homes. It also lets them squeeze the maximum profit from these homes at the expense of those who are forced to rent. Some of council's support for blanket rezoning is appalling. One example, I heard Courtney Walcott repetitively questioning a non-supporter of blanket zoning, do you agree that current zoning is not working at supplying affordable housing? Let's be clear, we all are here and we all know that it's not working. Let's further be clear, blanket rezoning is not the right solution. Let's remember local area plans. All working people should be able to afford a home. Our mayor does not see it that way. She has said, never owning a home and becoming a forever renter is a liberating experience, and it gives them more freedom. Yes, this is our Mayor Gondek, who owns 2 properties. She will become more liberated, and will she become more liberated and become a renter? She also goes on to say that the idea of being able to own a home was being stuck in the 40s and 50s and 60s. Well, the 40s and 50s and 60s, people could afford homes, and some chose to rent by choice. Common Sense, Michelle Rempel, responded to that on X. She says, it's a perpetuation of dangerous myth that most renters are renters by choice and have disposable income to travel and the capacity to uproot their residence for work. Our mayor is intent on pushing her agenda on Calgarians. Will she flip-flop on this idea, as she has originally voted to defund the police in 2021, or not to celebrate Canada Day with fireworks? Yeah. Our council did have the opportunity to flip-flop on a vote and blanket rezoning on a plebiscite vote. Thank you, Dan. A few of you did. We thank you for supporting democracy. Real public consultation and engagement is a myth. Recently, a decision in our ward, Courtney Penner's council, received over 2,700 responses from the public about zoning to allow a sale of parkland to a developer. All but 6 responses did not support this decision. However, public input was completely disregarded by our councillor, and this was pushed through.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggers. You're at time.
You're very welcome.
Appreciate your presentation.
Your Highness.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot with a question, please.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Mr. Wiggers. Mr. Wiggers, I'm going to start out by saying I don't appreciate the disrespectful presentation that you made.
Okay.
Notwithstanding your position, I get it on the RCG, but
my apologies.
Thank you for that. But you mentioned the LAP process as something that you thought was valuable.
Yes.
And is it something you've participated in already? Is an LAP?
Not in my neighborhood.
But something you would.
But I actually have some rental properties that were in that neighborhood, Haysboro, and everything I've heard is that it went well, and it looks at the whole zoning in the neighborhood, and it does support higher density, but intelligently.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you. I like the process, but appreciate the fact that you have not as of yet, but it's something you would be willing to engage in if it was affecting your community as well.
100%.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all for being here today. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Let's go on to the next panel. Do we have Jane Aburn from panel 63? Okay, we're on to panel 63. Do we have Tony Din? Oh, someone on 62. What's your name? Tara, I did call you, but you weren't available. We'll have you now. So, okay, let's go back then. I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to go back to panel 60, just so that we haven't missed anybody. Do we have Alvin Arthur? Do we have...
Yes.
Sorry?
Alvin Arthur.
Okay, excellent. Do we have Lori Holden Reed from 61?
Yes, I'm here. I missed the roll call. I apologize.
That's okay. That happens. Julieta Peroca. How about Michael Stewart? Tara Stewart, we've got. Thank you. And Jane Eburn. Tony Din. Do we have Kathy Oberg? Cute. Do we have Timothy Hensman?
Yes, Timothy's here.
Timothy's here? Okay, perfect. All right, so we are going to go with, we'll go in this order. We'll go with Alvin Arthur, Lori Holden Reed, and then we will go to Tara Stewart, Kathy Oberg, and Timothy Hensman. So let's start things off with Alvin, please.
Good afternoon. I grew up in Westgate, an older, modest residential area in the Southwest. It is still a vibrant community. Many younger couples with children have moved there. They have bought homes, kept as is, or renovated. A few have built larger homes on existing lots where the older houses were removed. All of these homes adhere to the residential designation. These homes provide parking, have yards, and are close to schools and parks. An increase in population without intent has occurred on a gradual, natural level. Aside from this, many single people, couples, families, and the mature and older all want to live in residential areas. You cannot ignore them. I am strongly against blanket rezoning now or in the future. At this public hearing, the speakers opposing rezoning have stated very articulate and knowledgeable presentations. In light of such compelling evaluations, I'm not going to try to reiterate their views. Today, I'm focusing on your current and unfair decision-making process. Again, I emphasize the word process. At the core of the housing crisis is Prime Minister Trudeau's negligent immigration policy, which will continue without pause or reduction. This will only exacerbate the population explosion. In the meantime, his plan for resolving the housing situation which he created, is belligerent and heavy-handed. You are mimicking his attitude and strategy, which is, quote, just get out of the way, and quote, I will go around them. By accepting federal funding with their destructive requirements, you're acting like our overbearing Prime Minister. You cannot dictate how we live. Sounds like communism. You said that people should be able to choose where they live. Don't forget that includes residential areas with detached homes. You should withdraw your amendment. If not, a plebiscite is the only truly democratic alternative to resolve such a contentious issue. Calgary has had several referendums in the past, and recently in 2021, one on fluoridation. Blanket rezoning is a monumental decision affecting all of Calgary and should not be made by just 14 people. We value the right to stand up and be heard. Your intrusive rezoning plan has been without our input. In previous years, the councils were respectful and considerate. You should be respectful too and hold a plebiscite. It is not just your decision, but also the taxpayers you represent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Lori Holdenreid, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am privileged to be a homeowner in Mount Pleasant, Ward 7. However, I do not believe this privilege provides me with the veto power on who can also call my neighborhood and city home. As I speak here, I am symbolically putting my hand out to those who haven't made it yet. As I was once a young single mom who had the fortitude to be able to scrape together % deposit on home so my family could find stability we desired to thrive. Mount Pleasant was originally small workers' bungalows, far less than 1,000 square feet, 2-bedroom, 1 bath. The neighborhood was fed by the streetcar, dare I say public transit, on Center Street, 20th and 16th Ave, not the personal vehicle. From the latest census data comparing Mount Pleasant to Calgary as a whole, Mount Pleasant has a high percentage of single-family homes and duplexes, with a lack of townhomes and apartments in its mix. Mount Pleasant also has a higher percentage of residents who bike, walk, and take transit to work. Those who do commute by car do so for far less than 30 minutes. The last of our original workers' bungalow on our street was torn down last year after being sold. None of my neighbors were up in arms of the loss of the character in our neighborhood. Their concern was it was sold with a lot beside it, which meant there was a possibility of townhomes being built on our street. To their relief, the developers submitted to the city to subdivide them into 3 lots for single-family homes. I wonder if this decision by the developer was influenced because he was able to do so quickly and with no opposition. What would have happened if the RCCG zoning was already in place? Instead of 3 tall, close-together, large single-family homes in an established neighborhood, steps from transit, schools, parks, might there have been townhomes filled with more young families and professionals? I believe this was a missed housing opportunity that plays out over and over again across our neighborhoods because of a zoning process that no longer adds to our city but takes away from its potential to grow and revitalize. Parking. The desire to store someone's personal property on city streets is not a reason to stop building a diverse home stock. What I witness in my local streets is that most garages are used for storage and not to park one's vehicle. Vehicle ownership is also extremely expensive, insurance and maintenance, and the vehicle actually sits stationary 95% of the time. There's a lot of people who no longer strive for vehicle ownership. 2 of my 3 young adult children do not have driver's license. There are also other means of getting around. There's car share. I hope there's much more. Transit, e-bikes, e-scooters, and even buses to the mountains now. Crime. The crime I have witnessed and heard about in my neighborhood has come about from derelict and vacant properties. Most, if not all, of these properties are in this condition because the new owners are going through the lengthy development process. This arduous development process is actually contributing factors of the crime in our communities. This rezoning bylaw change is to provide a wider variety of homes quicker by reducing the red tape that bogs down the moderate density housing types. These are the much needed missing middle houses. These are not to provide the also much needed affordable housing within our city. What this bylaw change can provide is the opportunity to keep our benchmark housing prices in check, maintaining Calgary as a desirable and affordable place to call home. Please, Council, be good stewards of our city by taking this small step to unleash our housing potential and not be bullied into submission. I would like to also note that my community association signed a letter with other associations opposing this bylaw, but did not engage with the residents themselves. They did this solely by the board vote. Possibly the Federation of Community Associations would like to work with the individuals on the boards that represent us so they do the due diligence of true community engagement before they speak on the behalf of their residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tara Stewart, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Tara Stewart, and I stand before you today, like so many in this room, as a very concerned Calgarian and also as an advocate. I'm here to advocate for affordable housing and also for the much maligned single-family dwelling. And I'm here to lend my voice in opposition in blanket rezoning and to share my concerns where I believe this proposal has critical failings in language, communication, and understanding. Of primary concern, the branding of this citywide rezoning proposal as affordable housing is terribly misleading. Affordable housing, as it is universally understood and as it is being used on the city's officials' documents, refers to housing for low-income households. In short, affordable housing is the creation of not-for-profit housing to support our city's housing vulnerable. However, in this proposal, the city has chosen to redefine affordable housing to include all housing options below $700,000 without communicating this change to the public. In not doing so, the lack of meaningful context has misled the public to believe upzoning would result in the creation of low-income housing. Naturally, this has sparked widespread confusion and raised valid questioning about how rezoning could possibly compel the for-profit housing market to create not-for-profit housing. The danger of such dishonesty in politics cannot be overstated. It erodes public trust and undermines electoral accountability, particularly in this instance to your duty to create low-income housing. For this proposal to progress responsibly, the narrative must change. The term affordable housing cannot carry two meanings. If the administration wishes to use this term, it must provide a clear distinction between housing affordability and low-income housing to avoid further misrepresentation. Further misinformation emerges when we analyze the survey conducted by the Housing and Affordability Task Force. Firstly, only 500 people were polled, which is an inadequate sample size to provide an accurate representation of the city's population. Secondly, the survey neglected to clarify the new definition of affordable housing within its context, and terms like blanket rezoning or citywide rezoning were not explicitly used. This lack of specificity and use of misleading terms should invalidate the survey results and certainly not serve as a justification for blanket rezoning. To add to the confusion, the stats provided by the city in its official documents on affordable housing states that currently 78% of Calgarians have their housing needs satisfied by the private housing market, showing the housing gap specifically applies to the 22% in need of near or below market housing. If this information holds true, it prompts inquiries into the necessity of blanket rezoning. Why should we pursue rezoning when the specific requirement is for low-cost housing, a need typically unmet by the private market? The argument for a supply shortage also comes under scrutiny. It's evident we currently possess ample RCG zoning to fulfill demand, yet we are struggling to keep pace. Reports indicate delays in acquiring development permits, a severe shortage of skilled tradesmen, and an influx of new residents. This combination of external pressures and internal deficiencies has contributed to our present predicament, which cannot be improved through blanket rezoning. Until these underlying issues are adequately addressed, upzoning would be irresponsible. Additionally, we are chronically overlooking the role of single-family dwellings in providing low-cost housing. Anyone with adult children working or studying understands that single houses are highly desired for their ability to home share. Finding a home with 4 or more bedrooms allows them to split housing costs, have ample parking space. And home sharing is a common practice among various demographics seeking to share costs and live together. But with increased densification, the availability of houses has decreased, contributing to raising prices. To conclude my thoughts, the proposal for citywide rezoning cannot be conscientiously considered until these measures can be taken. Number 1, remove the false narrative. Affordable housing in this context needs to be clearly defined and communicated. Number 2, conduct a responsible public consultation that is representative of the population and void of misleading terminology. 3, quantify the impact of external pressures, such as lack of tradespeople, to accurately understand the impact on current and future housing supply. 4, ensure an accurate assessment of all near-market and below-market housing in all of its forms. And 5, assess internal failings and acknowledge administrative accountability in consistently failing to meet affordable housing objectives. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Kathy Oberg. Now, I understand, Ms. Oberg, that you were subbing in for Mr. Hahn. I see both of you. Who is it going to be?
Mayor Gondek, we were hoping I would present, but both of us, because we're an organization, answer questions if that would be
Can't
acceptable.
do that. Sorry. You're going to need to pick one of you.
Okay. Want me to do it? Yeah. Okay,
thank you.
Mayor Gondek and members of council, Kathy Oberg, Build Calgary Region Board Executive, Second Vice Chair. We wish to start by thanking council for taking the time to hear from the public on this important matter. It's clear that Calgarians love their city, and our membership is proud to be a partner in city building, and we're here today to speak in support of the proposed bylaw. Build Calgary Region is a membership consisting of developers, builders, renovators, trades, and consultants. With almost 600 corporate members, Build members develop and build across the city. However, a large percentage of our builds are within the greenfield communities. Our membership actively builds homes, townhomes, apartments, commercial, industrial, and works closely with the city administration and our approval bodies. 90% of the record number of all homes built last year were built by Build members. And amidst this housing crisis, they are advancing construction in all sectors to the best of their abilities, including in promoting jobs within the trades. Build members have responded with record housing starts in 22, 23, and now in the first quarter of 24. Housing starts are up 42% in Q1 of 24 over last year, and the region is up 57%. Housing starts from 2016 to 2023 have doubled, which illustrates how our industry has mobilized to meet the demand in housing, but it is still not enough to keep up with demand and keep homes affordable, as share of household income to cover ownership has increased to 48%. As much as has been done, we need to keep up this increasing pace of work, including the work here, to ensure that we do as much as possible to promote and provide housing supply. Build strives to continually support municipal policy initiatives that reasonably and cost-effectively lower the barriers to development, redevelopment, and home construction. The bylaw before you this week presents an opportunity to improve Calgary's housing supply by reducing and removing some barriers. While we aren't here identifying that this is the solution to this current crisis, we can't underscore the importance of expeditiously lowering or eliminating barriers to supply across the spectrum. Housing supply encompasses various types of residential properties within a market or geographical area, including single-family homes, apartments, condominiums, and affordable housing units. It is influenced by factors such as land availability, construction activity, zoning regulations, government policies, and demographic trends. In the face of record migration to Canada, and particularly to Alberta and Calgary, increasing housing supply is the only response to balance the dynamics of supply and demand. While it's a valid question whether increased housing supply will directly translate into lower prices, it's important to recognize the economic principles at play. As the supply of housing units increases, potential buyers or renters have more options available across the spectrum. This increased choice and availability exerts downward pressure on prices or rents, making housing more affordable or stable for individuals and families. Within our letter of support, we posed a couple of questions related to unintended policy implications and sought clarification on utility capacity. We have confidence in administration, and those matters have been or will be addressed as part of the implementation plan. Our hope is that no new additional policy barriers are created outside of the land use process. We trust that Planning and Development Services have conducted a sufficiently detailed review to ensure that the proposed zoning bylaw integrates seamlessly with other development bylaws, policies, processes, and procedures. When we say integrate, we mean it aims at cost-effectively unlocking housing supply and will not be frustrated by conflicts with existing development of policies and bylaws. And once implemented, developers and builders and the public will have a clear understanding of how the bylaw relates to them and how we work together as well. Lastly, we hope that utility infrastructure is or will be understood within established communities. When existing infrastructure service capacity is known within each area, particularly capacity available to accommodate growth, it enables developers and builders, administration, and council to make optimal, cost-effective decisions, and council to clarifying and reaching a common understanding of the infrastructure landscape within our established communities would provide a valuable tool, likely at the LAP stage, for understanding where sufficient servicing capacity exists, where planned upgrades will deliver, or where upgrades are needed to accommodate established area growth. This will enhance awareness for the city, for communities, and the development industry regarding where to grow and what to expect. So Build Calgary Region will continue to be an active partner in building this city. We wish to thank you for allowing us to speak, and we'll answer questions at the right time if necessary.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Timothy Hensman, please.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Council for hearing everyone today. First off, I just wanted to state that I would like to speak in support of the RCG rezoning. Additionally, I also wanted to say that I'm in support of the conclusions of the Housing Affordability Task Force. I also wanted to remind Council that RCG zoning does in fact help with affordability. There are many reasons for this, but essentially higher vacancy rates leading to lower rents. It creates more movement in the markets, meaning that people can now buy homes that weren't available before, freeing up the ones that they were living in, and just a greater competition across a broader set of potential lots, which lowers prices. I think that is a good thing to remind Council of. That is basically all I wanted to say, so that concludes my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I am just going to ask, hi, I noticed you're sitting there.
Jane Ebbern.
Okay, I called you earlier.
My name and I was on the C train.
Okay, all right, come on up and give your presentation. We'll add you to this table, to this panel. So Council, we're just adding from panel 63, Jane Ebbern, who just got here. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I am a citizen of Ward 7. I've been a homeowner in Kensington, just north of downtown, since 1995. I'm here today because I support RCG for the entire city, but with a couple of suggested amendments. Calgary has a housing crisis. We've all heard this. It consists of two parts. One is a supply of housing, and one is a supply of low-income housing. And I think they're two fairly distinct things. In terms of the first crisis, supply of housing, we must allow sensible density like RCG to all parts of Calgary. We've heard that 95% of RCGs are approved anyway these days, so why not shave time and money and streamline approval? Let me share a story of some young friends in their early 30s who are trying to move from rental accommodation here in Calgary to their first home. They're two working young professionals. They have a budget of $600,000, and they're very willing to look at row houses and duplexes, since single-family homes are so expensive. Supply is so tight in Calgary, there is very, very little choice, even at $600,000. And what there is snapped up, usually above asking price, in a day or two. They are despairing of ever being able to buy and feel that if they don't get into the home equity market now, they could be forever shut out. This is a lack of supply of housing. At $600,000, this is not low-income housing. The critical element is that the new RCG zoning will allow more homes to be built faster, an estimated 1,500 more homes per year. This is still not what is needed, but it's a big improvement. And by getting more housing on the market, particularly the less expensive duplexes, row houses, laneway units, we should see the rate of house price increases taper off, maybe just to single-digit increases instead of double digits. And yes, we will see older homes bought up for $1 million, $1.5 million, and we will see 4 or more units, maybe at $800,000, $900,000 each on the lot. But at least there are 4 more units in the marketplace. And those $800,000, $900,000 units are at least lower priced than if that old home was replaced with a $2 million single-family home. That's what RCG can provide. And if we don't go citywide RCG zoning, we will sprawl even more, and this sprawl is going to get very, very expensive. And frankly, it's not sustainable for our planet. As an inner city, dense neighborhood taxpayer, I'm getting kind of tired of subsidizing those who want to live in sprawling, low-density suburbs. When I bought my home in 1995, nowhere was there a guarantee that I would not see my neighborhood change. Indeed, in Kensington, I've seen increased density substantially, and this has only improved the variety and vitality of the area. And it has certainly increased my housing choices if I chose to downsize in retirement. This aging in place would sadly be far more difficult in many RC1 communities. And I admit that finding street parking in Kensington will only get tougher in future. I accept that as part of the greater need to densify. I am not guaranteed a street parking spot in front of my house. And if I have to park down the block, or heaven forbid in the next block, that's okay. Too often I have heard in these meetings that people seem to think that it is their God-given right to park on the street right in front of their house. Sorry. And incidentally, I had few issues with the recent cost increase for inner city street parking. Directionally, that was the right thing to do. These last few days, we've heard some passionate feedback from RC1 owners, and there are some amendments I think we should consider. I do think that we need to provide more neighborhood input on new row house constructions, and I found it interesting that Home Builders Association suggested that RCG discretionary permits would be okay if the city guaranteed a 6-week permit processing. I think that idea has much merit. I hope our administration will consider that for row houses. However, I don't think there's any need for discretionary permits for straightforward duplexes, secondary suites, laneway suites. But yes, for row houses. And requirements for parking could be considered at this permit time, parking appropriate for street and site. There has been some mention too of not having both secondary suites and laneway suites on the same site, and I think that this has merit. The second part of the housing crisis is the lack of low income, below market housing, and this will not be done by the private sector and needs City of Calgary participation and subsidy. Land cost is a huge factor here. Devoting more city-owned land to low-income housing, we can address this need, and by having RCG zoning everywhere in the city, we can make better use everywhere of city-owned land for low-income housing. I saw great leadership when they approved.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Eber, and you're just
Please support RCG for the city.
Thank you. All right, we have questions for this panel. We'll start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My first question would be for, I think it's Tara Stewart. Stuart, you brought up an interesting point, and I was actually going to ask some other folks about this in the past in regards to single-family residential home as an affordable element. So you think that there's greater value in retaining some of that single-family element and using house sharing as an affordable option?
Absolutely. I have 3 university-age children. For them, a house is the only option. They come together with a group, they make a plan, say there's 4 of them, and they look specifically for a house that has 4 rooms. The cost of an apartment on their own or that has 2 bedrooms, it's too high. So this for them is the perfect scenario in which they can actually combine and achieve that. And Additionally, we see that also with, actually, I know many people, we talk about the multi-generational housing situation in which you can bring grandparents in and you can support each other in terms of paying for these houses. But as we know, once something that goes down that's older and newer comes up, the cost goes up. So there is an impact on that, and we will end up losing those single-family dwellings that are more affordable.
Yeah, well, and arguably, from an environmental perspective, it's been argued, most environmentally sensitive thing you can do is not tearing anything down at all.
Yeah, and additionally, I mean, we are talking about the parking, but in those buildings, when you are house sharing, there are going to be more cars. It's just a matter of fact. And so that will be an issue as well.
But in the case of single family, if you have a bunch of students, they might actually car share as well going to school.
They do, totally. I mean, my son, they share. There's 2 of them that are going to U of C. There's 2 of them that go to Mount Royal. And, it's wonderful for them because they can car share when they need to. It's also the only option for them that they don't have to live at home anymore. It's been able to give them that independence. They can afford that method. However, they are also the most discriminated against group in trying to find housing. This is especially, they're 4 young men. So for them, they show up and they have to show up in suits and with references and, make it look like, hey, we're going to be responsible tenants. But it's really hard for them to find something.
Well, I'm sure with parent support, that would help go a long ways.
Of course.
Thank you. No further questions for you. I do have a question for Ms. Oberg. Ms. Oberg, so you're advocating for, I guess, more permissive zoning in the inner city, but in speaking with some developers, what I've been advised by many of them is that the reason that they primarily develop in greenfield rather than in the developed area is because of the cost of lands to develop in the inner city for the same amount of units. So I guess my question is where can we achieve the greatest potential as far as units? Is it greenfield or is it inner city?
Thank you for the question. It's across the city. The MDP identifies that as well. If we can achieve it within, and there can be a different spectrum of houses that can be offered within the inner city, any new unit that gets built opens up another unit for someone else. So the answer to that is across the city, and Build firmly believes that we need to be focused on the entire city for adding supply.
So not or.
Not or.
Okay. Do you have any idea on percentages of homes built in greenfield last year versus the developed area?
I'm trying to recall the metrics. I don't have them. I know it's a high percentage. It usually sits in the 60 to 70% versus the inner city. If I'm going off memory of the suburban growth report, it's a higher number for sure.
And is there any kind of cost comparative analysis done through that process?
I've not seen a cost comparative analysis done. That might be something that administration could answer, but I've not seen that through what I've looked at across the city.
Anyways, if we're trying to improve affordability or increase or reduce the increase, that'd be a worthwhile endeavor, wouldn't you think?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay. No further questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Oberg. Thank you. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I can't remember when it was, but we had the inner city builders here. Councillor DeMong posed a question. I tried to get clarification on the question. That is, if the city were to find efficiencies, particularly if we were to reduce the timelines for land use applications, DPs, as such, how do we ensure that that savings that you're going to realize, builders will realize, is going to get translated to the price of the product?
Well, it's all part of the process. There's costs that occur throughout the whole process. How does it get directly translated? It all gets priced together. We are doing our best right now to keep up with supply with the demand that's high. I don't know at what point we'll be at a place where it'll level itself out. But certainly, I know there was lots of discussion around time is money. It is true, it is a factor. I don't know if I have it qualified to what the inner city group had identified in their presentation, but definitely your carrying costs for land and various other things. So it does have a cost bearing to it. I don't know how it could translate back, except it's all relative to the overall cost of the project.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, again, similar sort of way I pose a question. We often value engineer our products, so we get a project so that we see exactly all the cost components, efficiencies, and then they present it back to us as a business case. Is there a way that, again, that cost that goes into the building can become transparent to the buyer when they know when they're purchased and when the sale's consummated? In other words, the actual costs going in, that they see that the benefits of that savings, the efficiency gets to them.
And thank you for the question. There probably is a way. It's quite a detailed list of costs that would go in. I'm certain that could be part of the element that could be added in, but it's probably not identified at this point in time. But I'm sure it could be quantified with all the other costs. But there's many costs that go into it, into houses.
Okay, I think that's something we would look for, because whatever we do to create innovation in the process, efficiency in the process, can't be a definition of insanity, which is increasing the price of the product.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fair.
Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you just stayed there, you know it. And I've already talked to Brian at Build the Ward, so I don't have to ask you any questions. You made in your presentation pretty clear where the stances were, and this affordability debate on it. Labor shortage, there's a lot of different factors, fees and levies, but all I want to ask you is about the reoccurring theme that Councillor Chaboki was bringing up, the LAPs. You mentioned that briefly, but what's then is your position? Do you think LAPs are to continue with them and that's a better way to go, or with blanket rezoning and eliminate them? What do you think? Do you have a clear position on that?
As a planner, I'm always supportive of policy that gives good guidance. And interesting, if you look at the new LAPs, which I refreshed myself this week, knowing that I would be here before you, they are forward-looking. If you look at the residential districts, it talks about a mix of housing, and so it's a way to guide future development. I think that it is a tool. This is a difficult decision before you today on exactly how the tools are all used. But I think LAPs are a good way, as identified with even understanding the utilities of being a tool for everyone to figure out as a community member, as the city, as a developer, on how our communities will develop out into the future.
So there's not a recommendation by Bill to say this is what we recommend going with LAPs one way or another?
We are always supportive of trying to get housing built. And so if the conclusion is it's best to do it through LAPs, if it's best to do it through zoning, we're supportive of it because we feel we need to, as a city, be able to provide houses for those that there's a demand for.
Okay, acceptable. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Hello, Kathy. I would love to ask of the factors that chased development out of downtown in terms of your membership, some of the larger builders, how many of those issues are potentially addressed by this zoning?
Can you clarify or reframe that again?
Yeah, sure. There's certainly struggles to developing in established neighborhoods. How many of those are addressed directly or tangentially by this?
By this, there are struggles, and it comes down to predictability and certainty. That's a big piece, and you've heard us speak about that when we've got growth proposals and whatnot in front of yourselves. And there's so I'd say that's probably the biggest element. There's also discretion. You have discretion that occurs within administration. There is certainly a public component where we do get feedback and introduce that into our projects, and sometimes that brings change and time. And so definitely there's a different level of the effort that goes into established area building versus, say, greenfield. Greenfield has a different structure. It's almost that Greenfield is already subdivided, if that makes sense. It's coming in at densities that are double to what the inner city is, but it has its framework. And I think that's where, going back to the previous question, the LAPs are good to provide a framework, which is what we get in the Greenfield areas. And so you might be able to build a little bit faster in the Greenfield areas because the structure is there and available to us and not outdated.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Oberg. Good to see you again. To what extent does build represent established area builders?
It's a smaller percentage. We have a smaller number. I don't know the exact number of inner city developers, but we do. Some of our builders do build in both, but it's a small percentage. Yeah.
My understanding, and you confirmed it a little bit with the MDP ratio still out of whack for us, we need to get as many resources as possible to work in the established areas. Are some of your members considering opening up perhaps a distinct division within their large operation to take advantage of some of the...
Yeah. It's definitely been discussed. Certainly as they build within greenfield areas, sometimes there's complexities that come with that and timing based on funds, capital funding available. And so there is that. We have seen a few of our members say, you know, they'll do some projects within the inner city based on just kind of balancing their portfolio of work.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you for taking the time. When you're, I guess, are you working without, you don't have to divulge anything personal, but like you're working within LAPs right now, with the areas that have an active LAP, like in this moment, and in your experience in those spaces, when you went and looked back at those plans, are we changing all of the zones within an LAP? When you're thinking about high density, middle density, and all the different low densities that are there is such a wide variety of mixing. We're not changing all of them.
No.
So when you're looking about your greenfield communities in particular, and the ones, especially the ones with RG in them, what do you what's your opinion on the cycle of those communities before they get to a stage of redevelopment? Like how long until, many of my colleagues have referred to them as master planned. Mm-hmm. All communities are obviously master planned the first time they made them, right? Everything was built that way. But at what stage do you think they'll get to a redevelopment as well?
They'll have a life cycle to them, but to go back to what I commented on about the density, and it's already been subdivided, there's probably a good chance that those communities will be redeveloped in their similar form. Maybe they'll have a suite that gets added if they came in originally as a single family home, but they likely won't have as much opportunity as what we have in the established areas because they're in a based on the size of blocks and lots that we created, they're that one step already. So they will be probably decades out, and if you got together with your neighbor and decided to do something a little bit bigger or more comprehensive, certainly the zoning's there for it, but they likely would have they wouldn't have as many of a mix that you would expect. They could be mixed, the next block could have a different type of form, or you know, behind you might be a different form, but it's not going to be to the degree because of the size that we're going in. A lot of them are between 8 and 10 units per acre. And our established areas are somewhere in the 5 units per acre. So they're at that half density right now.
Do you see consolidations happen in the inner city often to enable some of the larger types of stuff?
Inner city? Yeah. I think there's that potential. Absolutely. Yeah.
And that potential exists for consolidation eventually?
I think it
exists now.
I think it exists now. I think you might see more of it over time. It certainly exists now, absolutely. Just based on the block structure that was created back in the 50s, 60s, 40s. Yeah.
Do any of the plans for those greenfield developments outlaw like that purpose? Like you'll never, it's planned, it cannot ever be consolidated to change into a different
I think they all have that potential over time. I think if you go back and think about planning 20, 30 years ago, you might have thought, oh, this is going to stay the same. This will never redevelop. And here we are. So I would never say never. I don't know where the city will be, but I think it'll be a decades before you get to that position. I'm in a 50s bungalow, and it's starting to get, it's getting tired, and it's got all of those elements to it. And so every building form will have that at some point. But I think there will be potential, but it might be less I guess, more limited.
So all these different parcels have so many limitations on them already, but they're zoned for more.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we're thinking about the descriptions of some of our communities as well, especially around the realm of change, we've heard a lot of the conversation about change in communities today. How come Greenfields stopped using the more granular districts, knowing that there's so many limitations on redevelopment? What was some of the implementation or the rationale between switching to RG and some of the other mixes?
Instead of staying your R1, your R2, do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think what we were finding is we were making guesses at plans that could be 600 acres in size or 800 acres in size, down to that block level. And we were saying, we know the market's going to want single-family homes in this block, or they're going to want semis in this other block. And it was a struggle. We were coming back to, and maybe as a consultant it's not a bad thing, but we were coming back with redesignations, and continually, and it was right when RG was being considered. The city had also recognized that as well and said, we're doing all these applications because we just need to modify a block and give another type. And so RG came to be. And it was a discussion between industry and the city that said, this is a great tool because we can get into a phase and we can pick and choose which block is better. And honestly, if we do a first phase and realize that, hey, semis are absolutely what the market wants, we could quickly pivot and adapt through the plan. So it was very effective, and we have not done an R1 or an R1 zoning for, I'd say, many years, unless it's in a very specific location, maybe adjacent to natural features or something that's significant in the community. But yeah, I've not put, our plans are essentially all RG or RGM.
Okay, I think that's, thank you so much.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us. We appreciate your time.
Can I do a shout out? Happy birthday to my husband. Thank you.
I have a question of council. Are we all good to return at 7:15? Okay. No one's got a problem returning at 7:15? Okay, so we will be back here then. Let me just advise who will be up. It will be panel 64. So from panel 64, it'll be Dina Kanot, it will be William Shakukar, Chad Larson, Blaine Sellers, and Gregory Hartzler. I will also return and call people that were missing from previous panels, so we will see you all at 7:15. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Councillor Demong.
Yep.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
I'm here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go on to panel 64. I'm going to announce everybody again, and anyone who's here, please grab a seat over by the speaker's desk there. Do we have Dina Kanot? Do we have William Shukwakar? Hi, come on up and have a seat. Thank you. Chad Larson? What about Blaine Sellers? Hi. All right, how about Gregory Hartzler? Okay, so we've got 2 people, and I'm just going to call from this morning's panels down for anyone that wasn't here. Do we have David Locke? Lance Dowd? Dennis Johnston? Lerma Vitug? Adrian George? Darren Garlow? Alvin Arthur? Julieta Peruca? Michael Stewart? Tony Din? Okay, let's see if we have anybody from panel 65. Do we have Jonathan Ham? Do we have Bryce Stainer? Do we have Anita Hofer? Heather McCrae?
Yes.
Is that Heather McCrae?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And do we have Francisco Alaniz? All right, we're going to go ahead with 3 people then. We'll start with Williams, then we'll go to Blaine, and then we will go to Heather. So we're ready when you are.
Can you hear me very well? Okay, so dear Mayor, the fine honorable members of the City Council, my fellow beautiful Calgarians, I stand before you today a free Canadian and a proud Calgarian as well. And I'm a representative of the Afrocestor Initiative, as well as the Afrocestor Podcast, which is a platform dedicated to amplifying the voices of African newcomers to Canada. My name is Chukwuka Williams Casey, and I want to state categorically that we stand in full support of the blanket rezoning, upzoning, and every other thing in this housing policy that has a blanket in it. But it's very important that I point the attention of this council to the proposed initiative to solicit community feedback on the designs of row houses as part of the development permit process. This initiative, while seemingly inclusive on the surface, on the periphery, yeah, it does seem as if it's inclusive, it harbors significant systemic barriers and perpetuates microaggressions against marginalized communities. This is the reason why. Row houses serve as an affordable housing and a gateway to owning a home in Calgary for most Black people. The essence of this proposal appears noble, aiming to foster community engagements. Yes, it does. However, we believe it poses a grave threat to diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, accessibility, and as well, representation within our communities. Allowing community feedback on proposed row house designs risk reinforcing existing power imbalances wherein the voices of marginalized groups, particularly Black people, especially African immigrants, are drowned out by those of white Calgarians who predominantly own properties in these communities. And there's a phenomenon for that. It's called the cultural hegemony in housing. History has shown that decisions influenced solely by the dominant cultural majority often result in designs that cater exclusively to their preferences, neglecting the rich abundance of culture and experiences brought by newcomers. This exclusionary approach not only undermines the principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, accessibility, and representation, but also perpetuates systemic inequalities in access to housing. If you want to know about this, refer to Jackson 1985, Macy and Denton 1993. Furthermore, opening the door to community feedback on design proposal may inadvertently reinforce discriminatory practices to hinder progress towards creating truly inclusive communities. Marginalized groups who are already facing numerous barriers in accessing housing will find themselves further marginalized as their needs and preferences are sidelined in favor of the status quo. In conclusion, I urge this City Council today to vote in support of the blanket rezoning, but take proactive measures to ensure that the voices and perspectives of members from marginalized backgrounds are valued and integrated into the decision-making process. It is only through genuine collaboration and a commitment to equity that we can build truly inclusive and welcoming communities for all residents. Now I'm going to read out of script, or of the script. What you guys do today is not just noble, or what you're doing, this process, is also very divine, because it sets the tone for future generations to come, my sons, my children to come. It is difficult for Black people today to own a home in Calgary, way difficult for Black single parents to own a home today in Calgary, way more difficult for Black people living with disabilities to own a home in Calgary today, and way more difficult for Black people who are members of LGBTQ2S communities to actually own a home today in Calgary. And to my fellow Calgarians, Calgary is growing, Calgary is changing. Calgary is becoming more diverse. Calgarians need to be receptive to this change. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter. Sincerely, my name is Chukwuka Williams, KC, and I represent the Afro Ancestor podcast. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Blaine Sellers, please.
Good evening.
Is there audio with your presentation?
There's. Is about far more than blanket rezoning. Some of you will vote yes because you were endorsed by Calgary's future in the last election and you want to retain that endorsement. Some of you, including Mayor Gondek and Councillor Carra, will vote yes because you think you know best. My name is Blaine Sellers and my experience with Calgary started at the General Hospital 6 decades ago. Sequentially, I lived in Sunnyside, Briar Hill, and acreage near Langdon, Forest Heights, Bankview, Douglasdale, Oak Ridge, Lake Bonavista Downs, and now Bridgeland. Please vote no to the blanket rezoning. I draw your attention to the fact that your vote is about far more than blanket rezoning. Some of you will vote yes because you were endorsed by Calgary's future in the last election and you want to retain that endorsement. Some of you, including Mayor Gondek and Councillor Carra, will vote yes because you think you know best. You interpret your election win to be a mandate to do what you think is best, and it therefore doesn't matter what the citizens think. You believe that history will prove you to be right. Councillors inclined to vote yes, city bureaucrats promoting this, and people advocating for it, please look more honestly and earnestly at things, keeping in mind the tendencies of confirmation bias and willful blindness. First, let's check for incongruencies. If I park a small trailer in front of my house, I will be fined, even if it's parked securely and safely. Parking an RV there is unsightly for neighbors and the community, so the limit is 36 hours. If stuff in my yard is left there for too long, a neighbor can complain and the city will take action against me. If I don't mow my lawn, a neighbor can complain and the city will take action against me. If I knock down my house and build a huge multi-unit infill, my neighbor's complaints will pretty much fall on deaf ears. Let's say the citywide zoning change gets passed. I could kick out my renter. Yes, you're right. That will make the housing situation worse. I could knock down my old house and haul it to the dump. Yeah, that's environmentally friendly. About 2 years from now, 4 or more families will pay about $600,000 each for a fraction of what existed originally at the same price. The immediate neighbors are unhappy and the community is impacted in a way that's vastly more significant and permanent than a messy yard. But what do I care? I walk away with a profit of about $300,000. Councillor Carra, you said to me recently, communities change. Yes. But changes should be respectful of the immediate neighbors, respectful of the broader community, and respectful of the planners that designed the communities in the first place. Planners that put townhouses in high density close to transit, fancy homes on the lake, Councillor Walcott, for anyone that wants to work hard and build wealth, and less expensive homes in the Downs that don't have lake access. As a planner yourself, Councillor Craw, it didn't make sense that you would support blanket upzoning. While creating this presentation, I discovered a quote. You referred to universal upzoning as the nuclear option. Now I understand. We all want everyone to have reasonably priced housing options, and we all want to be good stewards of the environment. When I was looking for an image for this, I noticed that most of the drawings had a yard. Go figure. Even imaginations of little children are aligned with what developers have been providing for generations, which myself and others are now trying to protect. The bureaucrats in the City Hall Planning Department are probably all nice people with good intentions, but that doesn't change the fact that the proposed blanket rezoning change will contribute very little to the objective of alleviating the housing crisis. For the environment and greenhouse gas emissions, no one has done the math. I even took the time to attend the Calgary Climate Hub's AGM and asked their new executive director, Jared Bluestein, about this. Unprecedented immigration rates are the reason the demand has exceeded the supply. The housing industry is building a record number of homes and they are maxed out. The proposed blanket rezoning change won't get more homes built. There are no idle tradespeople to build them. So let's start by collectively telling the federal government to ease up on the immigration and be more selective. Thinking outside the box, let's amend some bylaws and let people park their RVs around the city and rent them out. By the end of about 2 weeks, we can flood the market with supply. No more housing crisis. As homes to buy and rent become available, people will gradually transition. This makes sense to me. People bought a cute old house in a neighborhood with other cute old houses, and they're working together to preserve their tiny piece. Communities of Lake Bonavista, Douglasdale, Mackenzie-Town, and many others have an intentional character by design. If you pass the blanket rezoning, you may get an avalanche of applications from people that want to protect the historic character of their homes. As far as I know, Garrison Woods was a good project. What's happening with Curry Barracks? Let's increase the density where C-trains now exist and let homeowners in Lake Bonavista, Downs, and elsewhere do basement suites and suites over their garage to whatever extent they want, maintaining the character of their communities. Let's be sensible. Let's not open a Pandora's box with a naive hope. To the supporters of blanket upzoning, you are asking for great troubles and misfortune to be unleashed on hundreds of thousands of homeowners. Going forward, how much support from them will you get? Councillors that voted no to a plebiscite, some of you maybe did so because you thought it was a waste of time, because the opinions of people were already very clear. The next election, there will likely be a weeding out of politicians that think they know best and are not willing to listen to people. Jason Kenney stopped listening to people, and regular people from across the province successfully weeded him out. There's an abundance of wisdom out there, and great ideas can come from the most unconventional places. People are not as polarized as it seems. Politicians that effectively engage citizens and build consensus will be the ones that are the most successful. My name is Blaine Sellers, and my experience with Calgary started at the General Hospital 6 decades ago. Sequentially, I lived in
Thank you very much for your presentation. All right, let's go to Heather McRae, please.
Citizens. My name is Heather McRae, and I'm a Ward 7 resident residing in the community of Mount Pleasant. Last week, along with hundreds of other Calgarians, I attended Calgary Economic Development's city brand launch, Blue Sky City. We heard from many civic and business leaders that Blue Sky City represents our city's commitment to lifting one another up. Over and over again, speakers spoke passionately about how we support one another and we've got each other's back, and how Calgary's future is full of endless opportunities for everyone who comes to our city. Now fast forward to Sunday, April 21st, and I attended the Ward 7 rezoning open house in the community of Rosedale. That room was a microcosm of the arguments that you have been hearing for the last 4 days, and that you will continue to hear until your hearing is done. Within the room, there was a solid divide of people who truly believe in the blue sky promise of lifting one another up, and those who cannot conceive of change in their communities. The arguments against redevelopment are many, and I would like to comment on 3 common themes that I heard. First of all, we know that 97% of redevelopment applications that are being received, 30% of which are in Ward 7, are being approved. It is time for us to accept that there is going to be redevelopment in communities regardless of how the rezoning vote ends.
Rezoning is about reducing administrative red tape on change that is already being approved. Secondly, so many concerns about parking. Where will we park our vehicles? Complaints about parking can be addressed by ensuring better transit service. This would end the burden of car ownership on many young people and newcomers to our city. And finally, the argument that inner city redevelopment isn't contributing to the affordable housing supply. Rezoning will allow for more housing options in communities, and market forces will determine which will sell in what communities. We need council to decide on this issue based on what is best for our communities, or the blue sky days we claim define us will be very gray for the future. To be clear, I am asking council to support rezoning citywide. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We've got a question for this panel. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My question's for Casey. I'm good with calling you Casey.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, we've chatted. We have some mutual friends in the Nigerian community, which I told you is the most successful group of new Canadians there is in the whole country. So, yeah. Which is always pretty. Congrats on that. But hey, my question, we were chatting earlier about the challenges for people in the Black community or the Black LGBTQ community, and we're talking about upzoning. But the one thing that it might be what you can expand on me, multi-generational homes are important for a lot of different groups of people. So can you tell me how you think that would affect the upzoning, or what your thoughts, and maybe give me a little bit more information on that?
Yeah, so it's very important to note that African immigrants who come to Canada, especially who choose Calgary as home, bring in their own culture. Part of this culture is what I will refer to a very renowned writer from Nigeria. His name is Chinua Achebe, and he said something. He said, we come out to the village square, which is very similar to what we have here as a park, right? We come out here to look at the moon, not because we don't have our houses, but simply because we believe in the power of the community, right? And what we have seen so far here, we run a podcast that amplifies the voices. Loneliness is a problem that has been killing, and thank God WHO actually said is more dangerous than smoking a pack of cigarettes. Now what happened is that there are a lot of Black people basically who are suffering in silence because they are unable to afford homes. And how does that affect the levels of poverty? We've been here with the layers of poverty. We've talked so much with these guys, Vibrant City, Vibrant Community Calgary's, Momentum, and the rest of them. And it happened that while your problem as a councilman, I'm not saying is general, could be thinking of the many vacations that you might want to take in Banff that you can't really take. For some Black people, it is actually where they will lay their heads and the next food they will eat. Now, how does that affect what you're asking? The culture of where people depend on their parents. For example, I saw my own dad took very good care of my grandfather who passed 105 years old. And as a man, I was in the university, I swore to myself that in his old, frail days that I'll be there to take care of him. I'm in Canada, he's still in Nigeria. I hope to bring him here someday when I do have a house. If you remember to the chart, let me make it shorter. To the chart that we do have, 4 African immigrants or 4 Black people can come together to buy a home, right? And they go to buy a single family home. They can't fit with their families in a single family home. They can take their different individual funding and still go and buy a row houses. And that way we can see the moonlight as a community, even in Canada. So that's how it affects us. Again, it's for our children who will grow up, no matter what we do, they're going to be more Calgarians, more Canadians than they will ever be of Nigerian or African. But it's very important that if they do have their grandparents, that they can still, a little bit of the culture can still be instilled in them. I don't know if I answered your question, but then that's the summary of it.
No, that was great. And hopefully, a second question, what's the name of your podcast?
Afro Sexto Podcast.
Okay, well, maybe we can have some of the counselors on there. I know what you're hoping to see, and you're right, we should have more people from the Black community come and present to council, and maybe we can make that happen on your podcast. But thanks for coming down.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. McCray, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you for attending the town hall on Saturday. I just want to bring forward a question or a statement that was made at Saturdays, and perhaps you can clarify. And that was a comment to say that there was a belief in market capitalism as it supports the blanket rezoning. Are you able to qualify what that meant?
Mr. Wong, that was not my comment that you're attributing to me, so no, I cannot clarify that.
Okay, fair enough.
I did not speak at the event.
No, I appreciate that. The person around you spoke, and I thought you were associated with them. Okay, the second question I've got...
I don't really think that you should be asking me to speak on somebody else's behalf.
That's fair enough. Let's move forward then. The second question I've got is you're supporting the blanket densification, and in the area we've heard many times of people in the Mount Pleasant community thinking that there's an over-densification, oversupply of RCGs in the area, particularly on corners and now moving mid-block. What's your belief about that?
Well, I live in Mount Pleasant, and I do not think that we have too much development in our community. I'm quite certain that the lot adjacent to me is destined for redevelopment, and I will welcome that redevelopment.
Okay.
It's on a transit corridor, and it's the perfect place for us to have redevelopment.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you very much for joining us today. Let's go to assemble another panel. I'm going to call some of the folks that may have just gotten in. Do we have Tony Din? Do we have Dina Knop? Chad Larson? Greg Hartzler? Jonathan Ham? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Bryce Stainer?
Hello.
Hi. Please stay on the line. Do we have Anita Hofer? Hi, please go on up. And do we have Francisco Alaniz? Okay, let me go into panel 66 to see who we might have. Do we have Sandy Petrus? Do we have Randy Chemestic? How about Neil Korchinski?
Neil is here.
Thank you, Neil. Please stay on the line. And do we have Glenn Anderson? I'm assuming you're Glenn Anderson, sir?
No, getting water.
Okay, you're getting water. All right. All right, let's go ahead with this panel then. We're going to go Jonathan Ham, Bryce Stainer, Anita Hofer, followed by Neil Korchinski. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ham.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hosting this hearing. I am a citizen of Calgary and a recent graduate of the U of C's Landscape Architecture program. I'm getting married in a few weeks, and we are looking for places where we can start a family. With both our incomes, we should be able to easily afford a home here in Calgary. However, that seems less and less of a possibility for us. I would like to discuss some of the myths I've heard promulgated here during this process. Number one, I bought my home with the promise that my neighborhood would never change. Where in the land title does it say that? Such a phenomenon has never existed. Pinning hopes on perpetual uniformity in any market is simply wishful thinking. Consider this. The majority of homes are designed with a lifespan of just 40 to 60 years. So as these homes reach their expiration dates, particularly in urban areas, what do you anticipate replacing them with? The same homes? We must acknowledge the inevitability of incremental change over time. The rezoning proposal isn't about abrupt upheaval, it's about gradually allowing for evolution in our neighborhoods without causing undue disruption. Think of it as releasing a pressure valve on a cooker, ensuring that housing demand can be met in various forms across high-demand areas, rather than being confined to a few specific locations along transit corridors. Let's embrace this opportunity to diversify our housing landscape while maintaining the character of our communities. Number 2, they will create new infrastructure costs. The truth is, our current predicament stems from the collapse of the price mechanism that traditionally funded essential infrastructure upgrades through tax revenue. Now the burden of maintaining our overbuilt infrastructure far exceeds the capacity of our existing tax base. Consider this. Imagine if our single-family neighborhoods were initially planned with the foresight of accommodating increasing density. In such a scenario, as the community grew, so would the tax base, enabling us to comfortably cover the costs of infrastructure maintenance and development. However, due to stagnant zoning regulations, homeowners have remained oblivious to the widening gap between their tax contributions and the true expenses incurred by the public on their behalf. It's been rightfully pointed out that stable services necessitate either densification or increased taxation. Attempting to pursue all three, stability, low density, and low taxes, risks mirroring the decline of cities like Detroit. By rejecting this resolution, you may not only jeopardize our ability to address the housing crisis, but also exacerbate the infrastructure funding gap. While community involvement in development is essential, it must be accompanied by an understanding of the associated responsibilities. How many residents truly grasp the cost incurred by the city to provide essential services like policing, road maintenance, and utilities? If our tax bill accurately reflected the true service charge for these amenities, more individuals would be inclined to share the burden with their neighbors. If we desire the city to address issues like potholes and building necessary facilities like fire halls, we must be prepared to welcome additional neighbors to share the cost burden and embrace ourselves for inevitable tax hikes. Let's pave the way for a more sustainable future by embracing responsible development and equitable tax distribution. Number 3, it will ruin the character of our neighborhoods. I would like to know what you mean by character. It seems like what they mean is some kind of architectural monoculture. But if I were to ask people off the street to list some neighborhoods with a lot of character, would they immediately list the areas of town with just acres and acres of houses and with garages on the front of them? Or chain stores surrounded by the seas of parking? I put it to you, they are thinking of places with a friendly culture, a main street, various housing typologies, and a good mix of demographics. Places where you see 8 and 80-year-olds walking about. Places that are verdant, walkable, and convivial, and probably currently illegal to build. And finally, myth number 4, RCG is a one-size-fits-all solution. This one's particularly confusing. I haven't heard anyone address it yet, but let's compare it to R1 for a second. One allows multiple forms of building, and the other only allows a single type. A single type that has become very expensive compared to the starter homes of yesteryear. Remind me, which one is the one-size-fits-all again? There are a few other myths I would go into, but I'll stick with those 4 for now. Thank you so much for hosting this, and I look forward to your questions or concerns.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Bryce Stainer, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hello. I'm thankful for having the opportunity to speak to you today because I see the housing crisis all around me. It's in my green space surrounding my neighborhood, it's at my bus stop, and it's in front of my grocery store, and it's at my playground. When I am running far away from my street, the rule is I have to have 2 friends with me. Sometimes when we are playing in the forest, we see tents, and we make sure to give them lots of space because we know that those are people's homes. Last spring, I was getting off my bus, and there was a lady sitting in the grass. She had trash bags holding her belongings, and she didn't look well. I went to the home and asked my mom if I could give her my untouched sandwich for lunch. My mom suggested we make her own lunch. I went back to the bus stop and asked her if she would like lunch. She hesitated and asked if it was okay with my mom, and I assured her it was fine. When I gave her the lunch, she smiled and told me how thankful she was. For the rest of the school year, I always made sure to save something in my lunch, just in case I ran into her or anyone else who was hungry again. When we are walking to the store near my house, we often see people with missing limbs sitting in wheelchairs with garbage bags full of bottles and cans that slow them down. Sometimes, when they are trying to get up the ramp to the LRT, they struggle since it's so heavy. Usually, my mom and I will offer to push them up the ramp. Another example is a few months ago when I went to a park. I saw a man with a tent set up next to electrical outlet. In the outlet was a heat fan. As soon as he saw us, he immediately started apologizing for his presence and offered to move. I didn't mind him being there, and I thought it would be cruel for someone to ask him to move from his warm spot. My family started talking to him, and he told us about his life, and he sounded like a brilliant person. He told us he had won music awards in the past. That night, I wondered if he would stay warm and have a good sleep. It made me sad to think people have to sleep in the freezing cold when I'm in a warm bed. Everyone deserves a warm place to sleep. I understand after hearing everyone talk, you will vote on creating more housing. At 11 years old, I know when someone needs help, you help them. You on council have the power to create more housing, which would change so many people's lives for the better. Please vote yes to housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Anita Hofer, please.
Good evening. I can't believe I have to go after the cutest presentation all week. My name is Anita Hofer. I live in Ward 14, and I'm privileged to serve as a leader at Discovery House, a not-for-profit organization here in Calgary that provides housing and support to women and children leaving domestic violence. Since 1980, Discovery House has worked at the intersection of domestic violence and housing, offering access to safe and affordable transition housing, along with counseling, programs, and community housing supports. Our mission is to end the traumatic cycle of domestic violence for families and their children. The connection between housing and domestic violence is undeniable. Domestic violence is the #1 cause of homelessness amongst girls, women, and gender-diverse people in Canada. And that's why I'm here today to affirm Discovery House's support for the citywide land use amendment and land use bylaw amendments. Provincial data reveals that over the past decade, survivors of domestic violence have consistently identified that obtaining housing is their #1 goal. Yet affordability and availability of housing remains their #1 barrier to securing it. At Discovery House, we look forward to seeing more and more types of housing developed in Calgary. Why? A single parent seeking housing for themselves and their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 children in their care, or more, are very challenged to even find a place to live that will fit their family. Our data shows that the families that we are serving, on average, has been growing year over year. Living in apartments that only have 1 or 2 bedrooms is very challenging for these larger families. As you know, Calgary's experienced a 40% rental increase since 2020, and this places great strain on the most marginalized, dignity-deserving individuals. The organizations like Discovery House that provide individuals with the support that they need during these toughest of times also feel this strain, as the lack of affordable housing creates a bottleneck in shelter services for survivors. As a result, Discovery House has seen a 53% increase in the length of stay in our transition shelter, impacting turnover in the building. What this means is that the waitlist to access second stage shelter in Calgary has grown to over 100 families on average for the past year. This means that hundreds of children, along with their mothers, every single day in Calgary are waiting for safe, secure housing. And where are they while they wait? Perhaps bouncing in and out of emergency shelters, couch surfing with friends or family, which is not great for any child, living out of cars, which is even worse, or even staying in the dangerous relationship, putting everyone there at risk. Discovery House is very hopeful about the proposed amendments to the land use bylaw that would allow for a basement and a backyard suite on a single lot. We believe that this not only increases the potential for affordable rental housing stock, it also means that there are more housing options in established communities where the family is already connected to schools, services, and friends and family. Additionally, these options can accommodate larger family sizes with unique arrangements such as multi-generational families, something that we see at Discovery House on a very regular basis. By having backyard housing and basement suites on the same parcel, single parent families can live in one unit while having a supportive grandparent, an auntie or an uncle, or an older sibling living nearby for support. After all, every single parent, every parent really, knows that having an extra set of hands or ears nearby is vital. And as you know, these basement and backyard suites also help solo parents make their mortgage payments. For these reasons and more, Discovery House supports actions taken by the City of Calgary to improve housing availability and affordability because it will help the women and children that we support. It was said here in September, and I think it is worth repeating, housing saves lives. While I acknowledge that rezoning is just one component of addressing the housing crisis in Calgary, I do remain hopeful that our city will get to experience the advantages of citywide zoning, and I look forward to showing support for future issues on this matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Neil Krasinski, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Councillors. Thank you for letting me speak on this very important issue. My name is Neil Krasinski, and I am speaking on my own behalf. I am against the proposed blanket zoning bylaw. My wife and I are native Calgarians, and we love our city. Obviously, the city is in need of more affordable housing, and we are not against the nature of densification in general. However, we feel this is best achieved in targeted areas, which are near main streets and activity centers, and near public transportation. We want to make sure that truly affordable housing is brought to those Calgarians who need it most. My family moved to our community because of simple things. We love gardening and being outside, which provides many stress and mental health benefits. We love the large trees, which provide shade and other environmental benefits. We love the feeling of safety for our children playing outside, as there isn't an overwhelming amount of car traffic. I feel very lucky to be able to walk my 2 young daughters to preschool every day. The public school in our neighborhood is already oversubscribed, and I fear that I won't be able to walk my girls to school if they are not successful in the lottery for admission. We live less than 1 kilometer away from their next school, and I worry we may not get in. That school was another big reason why we moved to our community. We are concerned about the immense environmental impacts this proposed zoning change could bring. Much of our city is covered by a beautiful urban tree canopy, and we must not lose that as we develop land. When I see new houses being built in existing neighborhoods, it seems the first thing a developer does is to remove all the trees to make building the new foundations easier. We're concerned about the increased water runoff issues associated with less absorbable land due to larger lot coverage percentage. And due to these same factors, we are also very concerned about an increasing heat island effect in an already fast-warming climate. We're concerned about the increased infrastructure needed to sustain the proposed zoning changes. Already, our nearby hospitals are strained and emergency waiting times are long. Other inner-city hospitals have been closed already. Our neighborhood only has traffic egress from one side, and an increase in density will surely put more pressure on traffic safety. The proposed zoning will undoubtedly require upgrades to water, electrical, and natural gas systems. It's unclear how paying for all these changes will happen, other than ultimately it will be by us, the taxpayers. And as I mentioned before, our school is already oversubscribed and cannot handle any more students. It is very clear that we need to build more homes of all shapes and sizes, and we do not argue with that. We do feel that this will be much better achieved with less unintended negative consequences if this development is done in a more thought out, planned, and targeted approach. Property developers will seek to maximize profit for their investment, not to provide affordable housing. Why not incentivize them directly and specifically to build affordable housing? The city has done a great job expanding the C-Train system and the new Green Line. Why not use this great resource by locating affordable housing near transit stations? And we know some schools are shutting down because of lack of enrollment. Why not grow these areas to keep those schools open and vibrant? We strongly feel a blanket zoning change will not effectively achieve the goal of providing affordable housing, and it will have many other negative consequences. However, we do feel that a planned and target approach can add the housing that we need while preserving all of the great things about our city. Thank you for hearing my family's opinion on this, and thank you for keeping an open mind to what our citizens are saying on this important issue.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Walcott.
I just have a question for Anita. You meant Discovery House, right?
Yes.
Does your organization utilize scatter site housing to support some of your clients?
Yeah, we do. So we have a 19-unit apartment building. Basically, every unit is self-contained. Families can stay there for 6 months, a year, some up to 2 years. And we do have scattered site as well. So we've got families that we work with in every quadrant of the city that are in market or non-market rental housing.
Have you had any experiences with your clients where they were in? We've heard from many students talking about this in particular, about being in older homes, subpar conditions, potentially legal or illegal basement suites. Do you have similar experiences with your clients at first, or where do you feel most comfortable placing your clients?
The first thing we do with clients, if they haven't already, is we get them on the list for Calgary Housing. That's one of the first steps, and with our case management team, we do our best to find great, suitable housing for them. Like, we have a staff person who is dedicated to finding housing. Like, that's her full-time job. And it's hard for her right now to find housing for folks. I would hope that we wouldn't have folks in illegal suites, but I don't know the specifics of that.
Do you also, does your organization utilize like rental assistance beyond like simply scatter sites, depending on the level of your clients?
Yeah, certainly. Like, we do help out on occasion. So if folks are having trouble making the rent, or if they need help with deposit, things like that. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Very much so.
Okay.
And the reason why I ask is because what I'm getting at, and I wanted to confirm, given your organization, is that much of the discussion around these last couple of days has been around that no affordable housing is like, this isn't about affordable housing. But I was curious about your perspective on just, I really wanted you to just share with us from your organization's perspective the value of having diverse market housing for a sector of those who are in need based off of the services that you provide.
Yeah, I think what is really optimistic about this in particular is like row housing or townhouses. Like, that's ideal for families that are larger sizes. And when families come to us and they have 5 or 6 or 7 children, the complexity is just so much more, so much higher. And it's so hard. Like, a 2-bedroom apartment doesn't work for a family that size, especially when there's the different ages involved. And so that's really exciting to us. And then this possibility of having different kinds of suites on one parcel of land is also great for those families that we are seeing that really do need support of grandpa to provide childcare during the day so that mom can go to work so that she can pay rent.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thanks. Mr. Korchinski is still on the line?
I am.
Mr. Korchinski, maybe I missed it. Did you say you are a homeowner?
I am a homeowner, yes.
And if you don't mind my asking, which community are you in?
I'm in an inner city community, one of the communities of the 50 communities that signed a joint letter together. It's an existing community.
Okay. And you say that your school is oversubscribed?
Yeah, there's a lottery to get in. And I know a lot of our residents around are not getting their children in, and they're within easily the walking distance, and some are getting one child in and not the other, which causes a lot of problems also.
Okay. And you're concerned that this might further exacerbate this problem if this gets
definitely
approved?
If our school is already at capacity at this point, and we quadruple or more the population in our area, it'll be extremely difficult to ever get to our school that we're zoned for.
Yeah. So, and what would you attribute the reason why your school is oversubscribed? Multifamily, a whole bunch of different land uses that currently exist. Is that what has led to this?
You know what? I don't know, and I'm not an expert in that field. I do know that I would say, looking around, I don't think the density has changed super substantially around our area, yet somehow we're in the situation where there's a lottery to get in, and I'm not sure how we got there.
Yeah.
But I do feel that more people in our neighborhoods and existing neighborhoods will make this problem worse.
And what's the parking situation like in your community?
I didn't speak to parking specifically. I'm worried about the issues that I did bring up: schooling, environmental infrastructure issues, and so
yeah,
that wasn't a huge concern for us. But there would be issues with 8 times or more the density, for sure.
All right. Thank you for your submission and for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for being here tonight. I'm going to assemble the next panel, which is going to be built largely off of panel 67, but I'm also going to go back and see if there's anybody here that we missed. Do we have Glenn Anderson? Hello? Come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Randy Chomstek? Do we have Sandy Petrus? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Francisco Alanese? Do we have Chad Larson? How about Dina Knop? Tony Din? Michael Stewart? Julieta Peruca? Darren Garlow? Adrian George? Lerma Vitug? Dennis Johnston? Lance Dowd? David Locke. Okay, we've got 2 people. I'm going to add some more. Do we have Chris Wellner? Hi, you can come on up as well. Do we have Christy Page?
I'm here.
Thank you. Do we have Eric Dow? Great. And do we have Nate Pike? Okay, so we will go with Sandy Petrus, Glenn Anderson, Chris Wellner, Christy Page, and then Eric Dow. So why don't you kick us off, Sandy?
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. With all this information and knowledge that you are being inundated with, it must be daunting. I sure hope you are planning to represent your constituents honestly by being transparent and humble, knowing full well that some of these people before you have very impressive resumes, as well as experience that comes with it. Councillor Cara was voted with 36% and has apologized for not being transparent with the purchase of 66 New Street in Inglewood. That duplex has now been raised, awaiting new construction. Many would love to live backing onto the Bow River. Not removing yourself from this important issue has terrible optics. I have listened to all 4 days, as well as the rules of engagement. Crazy that within the first hour of presentations, the mayor allowed a developer and his 2 staff members to all speak in the same panel right after we were all told that that would not be allowed. I certainly hope personal agendas are not going to rule this. Of all the speakers that I have listened to, I have noticed the passion that comes forth from the old and the young. The older ones are fearful of such big changes, while the younger want them to get out of the way. It is very sad to see our city becoming so divided. One young fellow spoke of his situation with 3 daughters and ended his plea with a jab that no one needs a 5,000 square foot home. The crazy thing was that he spoke on the same panel as the Calgary Drop-In Center and the Owen Hart Foundation. He probably didn't know of the great man, Stu Hart, nor of his mansion that had the famous bear den in the basement. That house was huge. And now the Owen Hart Foundation springs forth with amazing philanthropy. Another young woman stated that she has the right to housing. If we are making such statements like that, then I want the right to housing in Mount Royal, where there is a special covenant protecting the rezoning. Another fella for the rezoning stated that he didn't think he should have to move away far out in a far out postal code where he could finally afford. Well, that sounds so very entitled to me. And that was exactly what I had done. I lived in every quadrant of the city until I could finally rent in the great location of Sonalta. When I finally moved out to the burbs, as my friends called it, they teased me that they would need to pack a lunch just for the trek of visiting me. Not everyone can afford Mount Royal or afford to live backing onto the Bow River, but you go where you can afford and then you cultivate your own paradise. It is wrong to assume that people not wanting the blanket rezoning don't want change. We want change. We want to thrive. We want everyone to thrive in this city, and by making sure that we do the planning for this city correctly, then maybe this will come true. We want the city to take more time to make the right choices. Show some initiative by getting homes built maybe on the old trailer park on 16th Avenue instead of letting it stand for another decade, reminding all that that was what low income was at one time, low income housing was at one time. Remove the red tape for homeowners to renovate to add suites themselves, like the SATE instructor discussed, instead of bulldozing homes that still have value. I sure hope you all have had a chance to take some notes as to where the city can make changes to help with this federally created housing crisis. You have a great challenge ahead, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Glenn Anderson, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here to voice my opinion in opposition to this proposal. I'm an owner of a single-family home in South Calgary. I'm a third-generation Calgarian, and my family has seen numerous changes over our time in this great city. The city has evolved and changed with the times and circumstances over my 59 years here. My grandparents' home in Mountain View has been replaced with 2 large infills. There's not a single small family bungalow left on 24th Avenue where they used to live. My uncle's home was annexed and removed for the expansion of 16th Avenue. I grew up in a multi-family housing complex, Edmund Heights in Renfrew. When my parents had saved enough money, we moved to a new family community that was on the outer edge of the city at the time. It had all the amenities my parents wanted. The community we moved to was Acadia. It's now considered almost inner city. I lived in many areas throughout the city as a young adult. I lived in an apartment condo in Kingsland. I lived in a 3-suite converted house in the Beltline and lived with buddies when they bought their first homes. I bought my first house in Killarney. It was a cute bungalow on a corner lot with a garden and a single detached garage, and it had a basement suite to help pay the mortgage. I initially lived in the basement and rented the main floor as I could charge more and that would help pay the mortgage. I then met and married my wife and we had our first child in that 2-bedroom home. We had the rental unit below to help with costs and expenses. And when we were expecting our second child and needed a larger home, we wanted a family-oriented community to raise our family. We enjoyed our little Killarney house. We saw how the community was evolving and decided that's not where we wanted to raise our family. That cute little bungalow in Killarney on 27th Street Southwest now has 4 row houses. As we have learned, developers love those corner lots. Like I said before, we all make choices. We made the choice to move to an established single-family home community with larger lots, greater setbacks than the newer communities being built, where our kids could go to school, ride their bikes on the street with mature trees and parks, as well as a safer community from the high-intensity residential house fires, which we see on the news, where numbers of houses are lost from a single house fire due to the close proximity and to the neighbors and the building materials that were used at time of construction during that. I understand there is a need to open up more development in the city, but this needs to be done in a rigorous and thoughtful manner. Blanket rezoning is not the answer. These are difficult matters. I have seen firsthand housing issues take time. It took years to work out secondary suites as well as short-term rental issues. We finally have a ring road that has taken decades to complete at enormous expense in the name of further growth. It enables traffic to move freely around the entire city now and provides access to greenfield developments. Rome was not built in a day, as the saying goes. Let Calgary evolve over time, do thoughtful densification and add new developments to provide housing for its citizens now and in the future. I'm concerned about affordability in the city, just like everyone else. I am a father of 3 children who are in their early 20s. They are attending post-secondary education. They look at their future and are concerned about affordability and what the future holds. They have no expectations to buy a home in an established single-family community at this time in their lives. The city is developing and designing new areas with many different housing options, which is great. This is where my kids will start their home ownership journey. And I hope when they have families, they have the option to buy a house in an established community and raise their family in a community like the one they grew up in. The approval of this zoning change will not give future generations of Calgarians that opportunity. This land use change is short-sighted and in its approach to the housing issue, and the proposal is detrimental to the established communities within the city and will degrade the overall makeup of this great city we all live in. Home ownership is a marathon, not a sprint. Please, it takes time to get to your final destination. Please slow down and do this in a responsible manner that keeps people's choice of where they want to live and the kind of neighborhood they desire, their choice. This blanket rezoning will remove that choice. Homeowners will never know what could be built next door to them. The only people who will benefit from this proposed change is City Hall for the increased property taxes and permit fees, and the developers that will wreak havoc on family-oriented communities. Please go back to the drawing board and come up with a better plan with responsible densification. Use the undeveloped plots of land throughout the city that have been identified today and other days, as well as new community developments to provide the needing housing for all Calgarians. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Chris Wellner, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, members of council, city staff, and fellow speakers. My name is Chris Wellner. I'm president of the Glendale Meadows Community Association. I'd just like to start by saying thank you to Madam Mayor for meeting with us last Saturday to hear the voices of 52 community associations that represent more than 200,000 Calgarians. We all co-signed a letter endorsing well-planned density development, but asking that City Council reject blanket zoning as it will not deliver the affordable housing so desperately needed in Calgary. I think that renters and owners, young and old, have the same goals. We want more housing, we want affordable housing, we want quality housing in neighborhoods that our children and their friends can invest in and raise their families with all the advantages older generations have been afforded. The economic landscape has changed and it is challenging, yet there is still opportunity to build a secure future through homeownership. It's a stepping stone process, but it is possible. Stories of the unhoused that we've heard here and those who cannot afford adequate accommodation are crushing to hear. We support building more housing and specifically support a strategy for investment in non-market housing that will help those in need. Calgary's established communities, including Glendale, already contain supported housing options, courtyard complexes, and apartment buildings. More of this housing is being built right now. There are 200 units currently under construction in my community, RCGs, HGOs, and apartment blocks, and just a tiny bit of commercial. There are 1,100 homes in Glendale, and we will grow almost 20% this year. On 37th Street, neighboring Killarney, there are holes in the ground for more than 300 new apartments. That is density development. But at $1,500 a month for a basement suite, $2,000 for an apartment, and $3,000 for a townhouse, the affordability is not there. Brand new mixed housing developments with thousands of units are just west of us at Canada Olympic Park at Trinity Hills and near the new Farmers Market. Projects under construction on the Beltline, Curry Barracks, and elsewhere seem to target VIP clients. They don't feel affordable. Communities want density development to be well-planned, thoughtful, and effective. And as has been the case for decades, we want to make sure communities, both renters and owners, have a voice in how our neighborhoods evolve. That vision and that opportunity should not be the exclusive domain of developers. For decades, community volunteers have contributed to city planning. I personally have been involved in the West LRT project, Main Streets, and recently the Westbrook Local Area Plan. We have a plan in place for our community and redevelopment. And in fact, it turns my own street into RCG because we are close to transit. But approving this blanket rezoning initiative makes those years of volunteer effort and staff time irrelevant. you might as well cancel local area planning altogether. The fatal flaw in blanket rezoning is that it relies on the good graces of developers to create the solution that can really only come from significant public investment in non-market housing. Like any entrepreneur, developers are in business to make money. A new reality in the housing market that we've witnessed is that many developers are now taking the row houses that they've already built in our community, initially planned for a lucrative resale flip, and they're hanging on to them for even more lucrative, for the more lucrative rental market. Keeping properties in the rental pool means the equity that has been built up with individual homeowners will transfer to landlord developers. It is regressing to a medieval feudal system where a few lords own all the property and allow the serfs to stay on their land for a small fee. It's where the term landlord comes from, and individual land ownership has guided the path to economic and social freedom for generations since. Let's not go backwards. Concentrating all the wealth in a few hands is a bad idea. It leaves the wealthy with too much power, silences the voices of those most affected, and strips away economic choices for future generations. The city should be working with communities and developers to build the kind of housing that will truly make Calgary thrive. The city should insist that developers include affordable units in each project, commercial spaces that foster walkable communities, renewable energy, conservation solutions that make a positive impact on our climate crisis. There are many opportunities for development without land use changes that will make a big impact on affordability and supply without massive encroachment on existing neighborhoods. There are also many missed opportunities. We're already building 25,000 units this year, 10,000 more than a year ago. There's a labor shortage, 7,500 construction workers. So hopefully Council can realize it is time to fully develop a density and affordability plan that includes targets and measures to demonstrate its success. There is no need to rush these decisions. Calgarians deserve to keep their voice.
Thank you, Mr. Wellner. You're
and
just at
developers
time.
do not deserve the key to
Thank
the
you.
city. Thank you.
Let's go to Christy Page, please.
Hi, my name is Christy Page, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I also sent in a few slides. I fully support all the recommendations to create more housing. HGO and RCG are not perfect. The bylaw of expecting a household to share a bicycle is comical, but the imperfections are in the details. Those will be fixed in amendments as time goes on. HGO and RCG are more flexible than RC1 and RC2. They offer choices that are not currently available. They allow for smart growth. Slide, please. I've been thinking about the times in my life when specific types of housing best suited my different situations. I grew up in a big suburban house as a child. As a university student, I co-lived with roommates. When I was just starting out on my own, I wanted a small studio amount of space because I was out often and wanted to keep costs down. When I was newly married, a fancy 2-bedroom apartment was perfect for that stage of life. And now, with a family of my own, I appreciate a house with a small front and backyard. In the future, I dream of building a laneway home where my husband and I can age in place, where we can grow old on the street where we have social connections and are very comfortable navigating our way around. With all the different seasons of life, I wonder why we have designed a city where different neighborhoods are distinct for different types of housing, aimed at certain types or certain times in one's life journey. Why can't we build the variety of housing types we need where we can attend the same block party we've been going to for years, allowing us to establish deep social connections in the locations we already inhabit? Slide, please.
Ms. Page, can you hang on 1 second there? We're having trouble locating your presentation. So I hate for you to be saying slide please and we can't show anything. So hang on 1 second.
Okay.
It's an e-scribe for council? Okay. Oh, hang on. There it is. So we are on the slide that's after future me, or are we on future me slide?
The one with all the silhouettes.
Yes.
Is what we're going to. Yes.
That's what we've got up. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. When you have neighborhoods or even streets that are homogeneous, you create a cast of people that are all the same. This sort of separation has many downsides. If everyone is on similar schedules throughout the day and takes similar holidays, you end up with vacant spaces and no eyes on the street, leaving opportunities for bad behavior. When everyone is the same, this leads to neighborhoods that all age at the same time. This does not maximize the use of public infrastructure throughout its life cycle. We get the best return on our investment in schools, playgrounds, and green spaces when there is a constant stream of children using these spaces. If kids have to be bussed in, it is not cost effective and not conducive to children being able to play with friends after school. When everyone is the same and all the decision makers choose the same mode of transportation, we can end up with traffic jams and smoggy air. We are less likely to prioritize investing in public transit and active transportation that is available to everyone. This car-centric mindset creates a feedback loop, ensuring costly sprawl. If the cashier at your grocery store and the plumber who knows how to deal with that problem drain and the person who teaches your children and your own parents can't all find a home that suits them in your neighborhood, your community may be an example of segregation, full of carbon copies of yourself. If your kids choose not to follow in your footsteps, how will they find role models with other aspirations? How will they know it's okay to be different? Will they grow up feeling they have a place to belong? Slide, please. Connection and belonging is the secret to happiness. Communities work best when everyone is included. Creating a safe, welcoming community takes many different things. You need people with different skill sets. You need people who are able to volunteer their time at different times. You need people who have connections. You need people who are experts in different areas. You need people who can fundraise. You need people with different lived experiences to bring new ideas forward. And then this is the last slide. Calgary will grow and change. How council votes will decide how quickly Calgarians can hope to have housing choice, how quickly we can better use our tax dollars, and how quickly we can adapt to our changing climate. This isn't a hard decision. You can either try to hold time still here in Calgary for one more election cycle with less vocal constituents suffer, or you can take an active role in steering Calgary into a future where everyone has a space, where communities are inclusive, and where opportunities are abundant. And I don't think we made it to my last slide.
We're on the one that said vote yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
And that's it.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Eric.
Thanks so much.
Let's go to Eric Dow, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and members of council for providing me with this opportunity to speak. My name is Eric Dow, and I am here today to speak in favor of Calgary City Council voting yes to the proposed rezoning measures for the City of Calgary. I want to start by thanking all the people who have already spoken in favor of RCG citywide rezoning, as well as the remaining people who will speak after me. There have been many powerful, well-researched, factual, and fantastic presentations demonstrating the benefits that this change will bring to the City of Calgary. I grew up in Russell, Ontario, a small town roughly 45 minutes away from Ottawa. When I lived in Russell, I had only had a few thousand residents and was made up of almost entirely single-family homes. My parents divorced when my brother and I were very young. I can't remember exactly how old I was, but I think that I was 7. I'm sure many people in this room may know that divorce can be very difficult and a challenging experience. At that time, both of my parents would have been considered low income or low income earners. Neither had a lot of money, and then going through divorce meant that they were both going to have a lot less money. My father was able to rent one of the only apartments in town, an apartment above the Russell Library. It was a small community library in an old building that had 2 apartment units on the 2nd floor above it. It had 2 bedrooms, and my brother and I shared a room until we were 15 and 17 years old, respectively. I'm not sure what it was before being a library, but I do know that in a town of only single-family homes, my father was able to rent an apartment, which allowed him to stay in Russell and continue to share custody of my brother and I with my mother. Had this apartment not existed, he would have likely had to make the extremely difficult decision to move away from Russell to another town, city, or community where he would have been able to afford, thus being less involved in his 2 sons' childhoods and lives. Don't get me wrong, I had a very good, privileged childhood filled with lots of love. The reason I even share that experience is to demonstrate and provide a personal example as to why diverse housing options are a positive thing for a town, a city, and a community, no matter the population size. Diverse housing options can help keep families together. Between then and now, I've lived in many different places. In Kingston, Ontario, where I rented and lived in semi-detached homes and apartment buildings, Edmonton, where I lived in a semi-detached home, Ottawa, where I rented an apartment, and now Calgary. In Calgary, I've lived in 3 different communities and in 3 different types of housing. An apartment on 17th Ave in the Beltline, a duplex in Bankview, and now Ramsey, where I rent a 110-year-old detached home. I've enjoyed living in each of these places, and the only reason I've moved is due to the sometimes ebb and flow of renting in a city like Calgary. I'm a very lucky individual. I have a good, stable job, and I split rent with my significant other. The same cannot be said about the many other people in Calgary who are currently struggling to afford rent or who cannot afford to buy a home. We've all seen the statistics and the recent news articles describing Calgary's housing shortfall, and it's not up for debate. Calgary is in a housing deficit. We need to build more homes, and we need to densify. With the incoming Green Line LRT and investments into public infrastructure and transit from multiple levels of government, we need to be doing everything we can to densify existing neighborhoods and build up and to build more densely instead of continuing to sprawl outwards. The proposed rezoning before council is a very moderate, reasonable measure to gradually increase density over time in established and new neighborhoods in Calgary. Increasing the supply and availability of housing through upzoning measure will also increase affordability. More supply in the market means more people buying homes, thus freeing up ones that they were living in before, in addition to the many other points that have been made over the past few days by those speaking in support of the upzoning measures. I hope that after hearing many hours of verbal testimony and receiving many written submissions that outline in great detail the benefits of this zoning change, that Calgary City Council will take action and do something that it is squarely within its jurisdiction to do: vote to make changes to municipal zoning rules. It is also important, however, to recognize that what we're talking about today is very much the bare minimum. If we can't do something like this, then how will we take action on other more bold, more aggressive measures to increase housing supply in Calgary and to increase housing affordability? How can we ensure that the city meets its desired outcomes in the City of Calgary's housing strategy to get over 3,000 non-market homes built per year? How can we do anything if we can't even vote for a positive change to the city's zoning bylaws? Housing is a nonpartisan issue, and for that reason, I will close by quoting Member of Parliament for Parry Sound Muskoka, Scott Aitchison, the Conservative Shadow Minister for Housing and Diversity and Inclusion. Over 60% of Calgary is zoned for single detached housing only. How can you build for the future when restrictive zoning makes it illegal to grow? If it's illegal to build more homes that people need, they won't get built, no matter how fast you issue a building permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That brings us to questions for this panel. We're starting with Councillor Penner.
Thanks. I have a question for Mr. Wellner, please. You mentioned local area plans, and they've come up a lot in this conversation, but one of the things that you said was that we should, if we do this, we should scrap local area plans. Are local area plans just the low density housing, or do they talk about more things in your experience?
I would say the focus of planning in our local area plan was the notion of density development, where to build up the community for sure.
Right, but that included high density, so again, so above a row house, so it includes more than just low density is what I'm saying, right? It talks about more than that?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely.
So if we scrap the local area plan process, then we wouldn't be working with communities to identify where that high density would go. I'm just curious. I'm just trying to square the circle about why we would scrap it when there's so much more.
So the notion of the work done on the local area plan was to say density makes sense here, density makes sense there, and the net effect, I think, of blanket zoning is to say higher density is everywhere. So there's no thoughtfulness or selectiveness about where that is best to go.
Okay. I guess we've had different experiences. Did you support your local area plan?
We accepted it at the end. There were certainly some things about it that we were for, some things that we were not in favor of, but we certainly accepted it and have been, living by it. The developers in our community, those 200 units I spoke of, they are pretty well following the LAP, and we're supporting it for sure. Like one major project right at the top of my street is a 100-unit apartment building right at the LRT station, and it's a great project. But the things that the community raises are things like, are you going to be including green energy solutions in it? Are you going to be including affordable suites? Are you going to be including seniors housing? Is there any commercial that's going to go into a block that supports all that foot traffic from the LRT? And we get frustrated, I guess, when I've asked several times. I was talking with the developer yesterday, saying, is there any rethinking on that commercial thing? Just even like a coffee shop. We want walkable communities, but what are we walking to? Okay. So the developers aren't going along with the plans of the city, I don't think.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm truly trying to understand, because you just gave an example of where you had identified density in a local area plan and it worked.
Exactly.
But then you're saying we shouldn't do local area plans if we pass this low density rezoning.
Well, it kind of nullifies all the work that communities put into it, I think.
Okay. One of the other points that you raised is essentially around inclusionary zoning, so that if an apartment building were to come up, that we would have to have a percentage of affordable housing units.
I would love to see that if it's possible.
I would love to see that too. Can you help us advocate to the province then? Because they've actually explicitly told us that we couldn't do that. So would you help us advocate to the province for that? And I've heard it just multiple times from many people.
I would be honored to.
Yeah, great. I think we can all maybe, I think that's one thing we can maybe all agree on. So thanks, Mr. Wellner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Mr. Wellner, you're back up. And thank you for being here and for the work you do for your community and your contribution to the LAP.
Thank you.
And what in my experience, what I've learned is that everyone agreeing to things doesn't necessarily lead to better conclusions. And whether you agreed to the LAP or not, and if you had even demonstrated some opposition, I'm sure it led to a better plan because of it. So I thank you for that as well, should that have happened. But you did mention something, though, in that through the LAP process, even though you basically said you don't support blanket zoning, but you ultimately did support the LAP, and you said that as a result of the LAP, that your street was subject to...
My R1 street is basically now an RCG street. We're in a bit of a TOD perimeter. We're quite close to the LRT station. And yeah, so I mean, that's just the reality.
So you accepted that?
Yeah, I mean, that was
resultant
part
of the LAP. So
there was a little reluctance,
Yeah.
I guess, as we're seeing this evolution, and the evolution is somewhat measured, and I guess that's part of our what we're trying to say is measure and plan development. So this development that we're seeing in our community is in fact mostly perimeter development, but there's certainly some properties that are taking a step or two down. But we're seeing right now there's 2 houses for sale, corner of 45th and 17th Southwest, and two more houses have gone behind the big apartment block. And I don't know what is intended to be put up there, but you can assume they're going to be like a 4-story-ish kind of buildings at the end of the day.
Supported through the LAP?
It is part of the local area plan.
Okay, thank you. And again, so from your perspective, going forward with a strategic, planned, predictable density increase, it would be a preferred method than a blanket.
100%. Like, the community has input into it. And the people in the communities, we really know our communities. We love them. Like the people who are there spend so much volunteer time on things like development planning. You know, I mentioned I've been involved since the West LRT days, since the Main Streets plan. And, you know, Main Streets is one thing that's really evolving right now. But the commercial opportunities that we would have hoped for that would come with a Main Street development just aren't there. Right. Those buildings on Killarney, I've got, you know, photos in my phone of 3 gigantic holes in the ground. And I've gone up and asked each of the developers, are you having commercial in here? Like, wouldn't it be lovely to have a European grocer in the bottom of, you know, one of these buildings, or a bookstore or a coffee shop or something? And it's just going to be apartment units, just apartment units.
Yeah, anyway, sorry about that last question. It very much sounded like me leading the witness. I really, truly did want your candid answer, so thank you for your response.
Cheers.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, President Wellner. I think you're underselling your involvement with the building you mentioned. It's a 6-story building which the Community Association contributed as part of their contribution to the LIP process, that they really saw the perimeter as a very valuable area to serve the LRT and serve the residents.
You know, that kind of development makes perfect sense right beside the LRT station for sure. There's much more development that's coming to that area soon with the AMA building site that feels like it's about to go through a big transition. So there's big opportunities there, right? I think I said in my talk that there are opportunities and there's missed opportunities. So the LAP that we were involved in stretched from Glenbrook all the way over to Shaganappy. And one of the things that we perceived as a missed opportunity was the development of what I think it might be called Crown something on Bow Trail near the Shaganappy LRT station. And it's low-rise development. It was 13 virgin acres overlooking the city. You could sell every view out of that place for $1 million a piece. And it's only been developed as townhome row homes. There was no density development put into that. And in inquiries during the process, we were told, well, why not build up there? Greenfield development in the middle of the city. And we were told the road infrastructure wouldn't handle it. And that just blew my mind, because they're 100 feet, 100 yards away from an LRT station, brand new LRT station. Why couldn't more density have been put into a project like that? So that was a missed opportunity, I think.
Thank you. Yes. You mentioned the AMA site. The city just installed transferred an art installation from downtown to the LRT station. I'm sure you've seen it.
Got pictures. It's really cool.
It is totally cool. And I'm optimistic that's an omen for things to come to that site, because it's clearly a redevelopment site which will serve everybody well.
If I may, you know, I talked about that missed opportunity, I think, at Shaganappy. I think the city, when we heard news of purchasing the Westbrook station lands back from developer, like, there were high fives all over. Like, we thought, yeah, the city has got this, now let's take advantage of it. Like, that's 10 acres again of virgin ground that nothing in it except garbage that blows around there these days. And it's been like that since 2013. And like, that is an unbelievable opportunity. You could include non-market housing. You could have high rises. You could have townhouses. You could have really trendy new commercial. It could be our own little university district. You could have a bus line going straight down to Mount Royal from that station. Like, the opportunities there are spectacular. And I hope if things do advance, that if anybody from the planning department wants to give me a call, please do. We'd love to share our ideas. We walk through it twice a week at least.
Thank you. Change gears. I'd like to change gears a little bit. You mentioned in passing a wealth transfer from the vendor of a property to the developer, to potentially, I suppose, a corporation that would take ownership and rent the place out. You mentioned that it doesn't really help in terms of wealth creation. I didn't quite follow what you were saying.
Well, you know, I mean, a lot of people like to cite, oh, well, everybody rents in Europe. Okay. In Europe, I guarantee you the wealth concentration is way higher in fewer hands than it is in North America with property ownership. And hey, I pulled a feudal reference out. You know, it's a couple of years old, but in a way, it's kind of the same thing. There's so much money in the rental market these days that landlords, there were units that I saw for sale a couple of years ago for $750 for 3 slices that were being built. They're not for sale anymore. There's too much money being charged rent. I have a daughter who's whatever, she's old enough to not be living at home, and she finally moved out after coming home from COVID, and where she was actually living in Europe. And she just moved out to rent a place in the Beltline for $1,600 a month. That was at the end of someone else's lease. She's now been offered a renewed lease at almost $2,000 a month for a 500 square foot unit. Like, it's ridiculous. So, like, my sentiment of feeling for the struggling affordability needs of people in Calgary, I feel that. Like, my daughter's in that group too. But, you know, blanket zoning, unfortunately, is not going to help her. We have to have much more thoughtful, deeper strategies to truly solve those issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Before we leave, Madam Clerk, I just need a clarification. There was something raised about our procedure. Can you explain how the panels were assembled, whether I had a role to play?
Absolutely, Mayor. Happy to do that. Perhaps I'll just start at the beginning, and if it's too much detail, just let me know. So prior to the start of the public hearing on Monday, April 22nd, the City Clerk's office received approximately 683 registrations from members of the public to speak. Those registrations come directly to the City Clerk's office, and no member of council, including the mayor, receives the registrations. Everyone that submitted a request to speak to the City Clerk's office prior to 3 o'clock on April 19th received the panel number and instructions from the City Clerk's office. At that time, we began constructing the current 137 panels that we are working off of today. Those panels were assembled strictly and only by the City Clerk's office team, and we used Council's new procedure bylaw rules that direct us to establish the panels by rotating between those speakers that are for, against, or neither on the item on the agenda. Anyone that's registered with the City Clerk's office after 3 o'clock on Friday, April 19th, continues to be registered and managed by the City Clerk's office, and we continue to be building our panels in accordance with the procedure bylaw rules.
Thanks very much for that clarification.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. That's it for this panel. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. We appreciate your time. I'm going to assemble the next panel largely based on folks that may be here now, as well as panel 68. So let me just see. Do we have David Locke, Lance Dowd, Dennis Johnston? Hi, if you're on the line, could you possibly mute yourself until it's your turn to speak? Thank you. Do we have Lerma Vitug? Do we have Adrian George? Darren Garlow?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Do we have Julieta Peruca? Michael Stewart? Dina Knop? Chad Larson? Francisco Alanese? Randy Chemistek? Nate Pike? Okay, I'm going to panel 68 now to see who we have. Do we have Shelley Liebert? Do we have Molly McDougall? Hi. You can come on up and grab a seat. Do we have Gordon Painter? Hi, you can grab a seat as well. Do we have Barbara Riley?
Yes, I'm participating remotely.
Thank you for being here. Do we have Timothy Ellenbrook? Thank you. You can go up and grab a seat as well, sir. So we have 5 people now, starting with Darren Garlow. then we will go to Molly McDougall, then it's Gordon Painter, then it's Barbara Riley, and then it'll be Timothy Ellenbrook. I need to ask, if anybody's on the line, could you please mute yourself until it's your turn to speak, because we can hear your live feed. Thank you. If you're speaking, you can come and grab a seat at the front here. Yeah. All right, so let's start with Darren Garlow, please.
Hello, and good evening to the mayor, councillors, council staff, administration, and the amazing team of clerks keeping this meeting on track. This is fine. I could tell you that I'm a long-term Calgarian or a volunteer or belong to a CA or whatever, but that doesn't matter. We're building a city for our future, not our past. If you went to the hospital I was born in, you would find brilliant inner-city development instead. So I speak for those that can't be here. My kids in school, the future residents who haven't moved here yet or haven't been born yet, and those that are struggling with their current housing or lack thereof. We need to build our city for those that want to build a life here well into the future. This is just fine. Pretending that the only affordable established area home is one that is in disrepair, that is due for renovation or demolition, or is poorly structured for multiple tenants is not a solution. Rare is the unicorn that is an older home that is also updated to modern standards, has sufficient space for all its inhabitants, continues to be maintained for livability, yet also charges reasonable rent. In short, these do not exist. Don't fall for the fear-mongering. This allows gentle change while benefiting our sustainability goals. Approving this land use change is just recognizing previously approved policy, the MDP and CTP, the climate strategy, the housing strategy, among others. This helps build the financially sustainable city that we need in order to enable a growing population. Don't allow hyperbole and misinformation from a loud minority overshadow the sound rationale for gentle densification. This is just smart fiscal planning. This will allow businesses to attract and retain talent, and this will help our kids stay in the city that they're growing up in. This is absolutely just fine. The community I live in has subsidized housing, purpose-built rental apartments, condos, townhouses, starter homes, move-up homes, estate homes, seniors communities, assisted living, and has dementia care coming on the horizon. It also has mixed-use development, 2 commercial districts, and a 3rd on the way in a few years. It's a damn great mix of lifestyles, housing types, generations, and incomes, and is recognized as an example of what we should be building more of. It's extremely unique and without peer in the city. It's just a shame that you have to travel outside the ring road to find something like this. I've heard many against this change that I wouldn't want RG or RCG built beside me. The funny thing is I can look across my back fence into a 3-story townhome development and a 5-story condo building right behind it. The people that live there are great people, and I've had a number of great conversations with these great neighbors. Speaking of neighbors, I have more of them within a block than on any section of RC1 or RC2 development in the entire city, and I am better for it. This is not scary. This will not ruin any community. This is fine. Vote yes to a better future for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Molly McDougall, please.
Sorry, I'm going to have to lower this.
That's okay. And before you start, I'm going to get somebody to mute so that we can hear you properly. Whoever's on the line that's unmuted, could you please make sure that you mute yourself so we can hear the other presenters?
Oh, thank you. There we go. Yeah. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Good evening. Okay, we have an enormous influx of newcomers to Canada without the means to purchase or rent available housing and insufficient housing and services to provide for them. Canada in the past has had record high immigration numbers compared to its population. In 1913, more than 400,000 people emigrated to Canada. These were farmers, laborers, very few highly educated. But in a country where there was no social safety net, just raw opportunity if you had the ability and if you had good fortune. Canada, like the rest of the first and second world countries, has now a shrinking population, Indigenous population. Most notably, families are shrinking, both in number of families and in the size of the families. This is in part due to choice, but also due to lack of opportunity to get housing and the housing that families would like to have. Noticeably, stable, safe housing in a stable, non-transient area with yards, parks, and other facilities. Families now are creations of choice and opportunity. The claim that Europeans happily will have large families in crowded, congested cities is not true, nor is it true in China, Russia, Singapore, or any other place. Can we increase the likelihood of families in Canada? I see no policies from the city to make this happen. Can we and should we make up the shortfall through immigration? First, this is federal, but however, it will relate to how things are going. First, recognize Canada is no longer seen as a desirable location for highly skilled or entrepreneurial people. We have positions open, but most immigrants can earn more in the U.S. or other locations if they are highly skilled. We have high regulatory and tax burdens for the entrepreneurs. We can get many people of lower education and much different cultures into Canada. The reason our gross national productivity has increased is due to the over 400 million immigrants in the last few years. However, the per capita salary and net worth of Canada has each individual Canadian has gone down. Public support for large-scale immigration has gone down for Canadians, including immigrant Canadians. There is low support for large-scale immigration. Thus, I think there's a very high chance 20 to 40 years from now, Calgary will not be significantly higher in numbers. And this is something that I find interesting. We have basically based our entire Western society upon increases in population ongoing. And I think that is no longer the case. This is a universal first world condition. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. It requires adaptation, another universal human condition. Note also that downtowns are empty throughout the Western world. New York, greater than 20% downtown commercial vacancy. San Francisco, over 30% vacancy. I think that that is probably a structural change. 20 to 40 years from now, the most successful small cities will be those offering the best quality of life. Cities with a large stock of housing with yards, parks, dependable infrastructure, water, sewer, electricity, hospitals, schools. Calgary covers a large land mass. We have land slated for industrial, etc., which has never been used or which is no longer used. There is also a large amount of both green land and brown land that is available. So why we have to quote-unquote densify is really, I think, questionable. One of the proposals would be to take a fairly significant adjacent greenland, just wire it up, put in sewers, open it up for 8 years to trailers, limited. Heck, we even have an Alberta trailer manufacturer. Within that 8 years, put in small houses, duplexes, etc. Let the area evolve, a bold move back to how housing happened historically, for example, in the Crow's Nest Pass, which is actually a very charming area and quite urbane when you look at it, with the oversight and regulation of the city to guide it. The key thing to note is that the city's duty is to serve its citizens and nurture its well-being, and in so doing, nurture social contacts, families, and the well-being of its citizens in terms of being able to live safely, effectively, and contribute to the city and to its neighborhoods. This rezoning proposal is really an attack on existing neighborhoods from my perspective and from the perspective of so many people I talk to.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDougall. You're just at time.
Thank you very much for...
Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Gordon Painter, please.
There we go. My name is Gordon Painter, and thank you to all councillors for your patience and fortitude. I speak on behalf of the Willow Ridge Community Association, comprising the neighborhoods of Willow Park and Maple Ridge. The WRCA does understand the serious housing pressures that Calgarians are facing. Our association supports increasing housing choices and densification through policy and planning that is thoughtful, respectful of the character of each neighborhood, and undertaken in consultation with residents and taxpayers. We do not believe the current RCG blanket zoning approach demonstrates those qualities. Further, we believe it is a breach of the current agreements and the good faith between the city and our community. On September 19th, 2023, the City of Calgary Council approved the Heritage Communities Local Area Plan by a vote of 14-1. From our point of view, that demonstrates a resounding consensus. Our community association participated in several years of thoughtful consultation and collaboration with city officials, planning experts to develop an LAP specific for our area, along with the other heritage communities. That LAP will increase housing choices and densification needs within our community. Significant effort, money, and time was put into developing the new LAP by both city planning experts and our community members. The LAP, of course, is built on our municipal plan and specifically calls out that more than 2 units per lot is restricted to specific zones, transition zones, corner parcel lots, lots adjacent to larger green spaces, specifically not mid-street. The WRCA supported this plan. The journey was at times difficult, but the outcome represents a collaborative plan that increases the vibrancy of our community and supports the city's immediate and long-term housing goals. We believe construction, consultation, and dialogue are important. We believe that representing the interests of our constituents is important. We believe in upholding the agreements and commitments that are already made. Our community has a plan, the LAP, to increase housing that has been approved by the city, and it was developed with thoughtful consultation and hard work. By approving this zoning plan, the WRCA believes that the agreement represented in our LAP has been reneged upon in a fashion that demonstrates a lack of consultation, dialogue, and proper representation. One of our members, who was a core member of the LAP committee in the consultation group for the Willow Park and Maple Ridge, sums up the general sentiment felt by many of us. I feel that all of our discussions, voiced concerns, hours and hours spent, and suggestions made are all for absolute zilch. It feels like a betrayal. This issue has attracted more anger and ardor in our area than any other in years, perhaps since the City of Calgary's plan to divest NMAX in 2001. A deep pool of resentment is brewing that is in fact completely unnecessary. We urge Council to vote against the RCG blanket zoning, to use the established processes and to engage the communities locally to create thoughtful densification plans like the one that we had in place and to seek a compromise on this contentious issue. Let's work towards achieving the vision that we have already created. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Barbara Riley, please.
Hello.
Hi.
Whoops. Am I on?
You are.
Okay, good. Thank you. My name is Barbara Riley, and I am representing myself. I appreciate the goals of increasing housing options within Calgary, and I have some concerns. 3 concepts that I want to focus on are that the level of intensity being proposed in the blanket rezoning needs to be revisited and dialed back if we are to have a blanket plan. Secondly, as a city and a society, we must ensure that new builds and renovations include environmentally focused features. And thirdly, increased inventory of affordable housing will not necessarily be achieved simply by replacing houses with more dense options. I will only touch on 1 or 2 aspects of these points, but each are worthy of a much deeper discussion. On the topic of planning, all projects, any size, need a plan. Cities do planning for a reason. Allowing anything everywhere is not a well thought out approach. Usually, such chaos is to be avoided. If greenfield developments put forward proposals for randomly locating a mix of every conceivable type of dwelling and structure within their area, it would be sent back to the drawing board. And yet, existing neighborhoods are expected to accept this. Just quickly, one example in new developments is to have traffic patterns and flow to handle the population that's planned. Existing neighborhoods have been calmed to the point of being clogged, and intensification will make it worse. The city has already invested millions of dollars and many years on various levels of planning for densification in existing neighborhoods. Within the last year, local area plans were finalized, and now they're being disregarded with this blanket policy. Those LAPs aren't perfect, but they ought to be better than the chaos that we could get. And the planning that was done for them directed various densities and type of structures within the neighborhoods. My neighborhood has bent over backwards to accommodate intensification, and quite frankly has done more than its fair share, I'm sure, on a per capita basis. On the topic of environmental issues related to housing, it's huge, and as always is underappreciated until it's too late. We talk the talk, but it's hard to walk the walk. Just today on the radio, an expert on electric vehicle industry identified a significant barrier to uptake of EVs is the lack of opportunity to charge EVs at home. This won't get any easier with some of the high-density proposals. Opportunities to install solar panels will be questionable due to lack of sight lines to the sun for generating solar power, depending what is built next door. The tree canopy is absolutely being annihilated due to densification everywhere in the city, absolutely everywhere, and this cannot be accepted. And there's lack of room to plant replacement trees in the densification models. On the topic of affordability, many new construction units in areas well suited to more affordable housing is being built at the luxury level. For example, the old CBC site down in the Beltline, or not the Beltline, but sunny side of Hillhurst, and also the Jake's Lodge land, units are being built will likely have as high a rent as can be achieved, and new builds are not renting for less. Secondary suites are already possible in the current policies and do not require this blanket zoning to achieve them. People wanting to buy an affordable fixer-upper and considering a secondary suite and eventually doing the fixer-upper part will be in competition with developers wanting to build new and sell at unaffordable higher prices. These are just touching the tip of the iceberg of concerns regarding the blanket policy. And I think that it's easy to lose sight of people's concerns as being interpreted as not wanting redevelopment. I think it's more the
Ms. Riley,
blanketness.
Thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
You're just over time, but stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Timothy Ellenbrook, please.
Hi. I've got some 3 photographs as well. No, go back. That's the one. All right, that's 413 40th Avenue. My parents are Dutch. They took their honeymoon in 1954 and came to Canada. And the reason they left the Netherlands was there was no houses. Nothing. You couldn't buy anything. There was nothing to get. My mom's 4 sisters moved in with their mother-in-laws. That was rough. My dad said, screw that. I heard Canada is great. Some guy said Calgary. Jack, go to Calgary. His name was Cobus. It's a young, new city, oil and gas. And he thought, wow. To put it in perspective, Maastricht in Holland has a building there, the Basilica of St. Servetus. It was built in 1039. okay? So when they brought me into that house in 1960, it was around for 921 years, and Calgary was around for 66 years, okay, 66 years. When they first came here, they lived with the Mackenzies in Mount Royal. My mother was their domestic help, a housekeeper, cook. My father went out from there painting and decorating. In 54, when they came in, you could only come in if you had papers for a trade. You could bring $100, pots and pans and beddings and nothing else. You needed a sponsor, a job, and a house. So Mackenzies, they lived there till 59. He built the place. It had no furnace, and they lived there. In 1975, when I was 15, he sold to the school board, because that's James Fowler in the background there. That's Queen Park Cemetery up in the top. And we moved 10 blocks away into Thorndale Road, where I speak for the residents there, which are 2 renters, and the rest are the original owners and kids of the original owners, and myself. I took over my mom and dad's house. So then we'll go to the next slide, the one with the greenhouse. When I met there, that house there, Margaret and I, she went to Francis. I met her in a grade 10 football game. I bought that house and I renovated it right back. I bought it for $50,000, had a single car garage. My buddy Luke, De Silva World Travel, he bought a brand new house in Coach Hill for $89,000. That was 1984. Because there is such a thing as sweat equity. You bought the house, I put it right back to 1903. Those are the original colors in 1903. I did take out the furnace because it was a gravity furnace, put a new furnace in. Once I did that, I got the bug. And I started doing that over and over and over again. And it amazed me that these young kids would pay me $80,000 extra for something they could do. All I did was make phone calls, and I did kitchen cabinets. But basically, that's all I did, and I kept doing it and doing it. Then I couldn't get lots. I wasn't a builder, but I found lots in Cochrane. So I started building bi-levels and duplexes. I just had 2 plans, and I kept whacking those off. On the golf course, we were smoking cigars, acting like big shots. One of the builders, I'll never say who it is, said, we can put $200,000 on it, and they'll never even blink. I said, you're crazy. We were selling them for $139,900. Watch, he did it, and it never stopped. It went harder. We didn't pay our trades a penny more. We didn't pay a penny more for the lot. We were coining it, like hard. And I didn't start to like that. So I bailed out. I had enough money to retire. I was 48, and I quit, and I went on to do other things. And I just can't, I'm just amazed at how these young people don't see through that. Why they aren't buying a piece of dirt together, being their own contractor, buy your own backhoe, take a septic course, and put your own shit in there. And you want to be on a well, because you're not going to have much water coming to that Bow River. And then she did 2 things. He brought in a Dutch guy to tell about bike paths, and he consulted, and he said, don't do it here. You got 7 months of winter, it's not flat, you got great distances. Car is king. Make sure the cars keep going, because if they're sitting at a light, that's 0 miles to the gallon. They didn't do that. And then she went to the University of Calgary, got some professors and graduate students to do a study of the Bow Valley watershed. How much can we put? They said 1 million from Banff to Carsland. Well, we're way beyond that. And that problem will be resolved with smart meters. You get 5 gallons a day, do with what you will. I'd hate to own a car wash nowadays, because they're going to be the first to take the hit. So that's all I got to really say is, like, these kids have got to smarten up and start doing this themselves. My parents didn't even speak English. My father ended up a multimillionaire. They all did. Pokars, all of them, because they came to Canada because it was wide open, and it still is. And you can zone it however you want. We're all putting restrictive covenants on our places, and my wife and I moved back to Thorndale Road because my wife says, I love the neighborhood. It's a 1,050 square foot bungalow. It's nice. I did a good job. There's an addition, 2-car garage. It looks nice. Anyways,
Thank you,
thanks.
Mr. Ellenbrook. We really appreciate your presentation. You're just at time.
All right.
All right,
Send
let's
those
go.
kids to me. I'll help them out.
Let's go to questions. Let's start with Councillor DeMong.
Yes, Mr. Painter.
Yes, sir.
So, your community association was involved in creating the LAP. I can't remember the name of it now. What was it?
It's the Heritage Communities LAP.
Just thought. You commented that took a couple of years to process this thing, and you had a number of volunteers in the community. Do you think if there was an accelerated action plan that these kind of LAPs could be done in a much timelier manner?
Hard to say. I think unfortunately, it, there's a certain number of cycles that would have to be gone through. But I think if there was a compromise to revisit the LAP instead of RCG blanket zoning, we would get people together to help.
I kind of meant not your LAP, but in another area. Like your LAP is done, might need a little tweaking here and there going forward. But do you think we'd be able to do these LAPs in other areas a little bit faster if we were to put more resources into it, if we were to try and put more effort into it from the city point of view to accelerate the process?
I think that's absolutely possible.
Okay. Did you hear that it was, you commented that it wasn't always great, the conversations. Was there something that you would have wanted to have done separately, or seen that your community would have wanted to seen done differently that would have made it a more amenable discussion?
I think so. I wasn't on the LAP myself, the committee myself. But the members who were on the LAP who briefed me said that, in fact, they enjoyed the dialogue. They found the city planning folks very professional. It was just that they felt driven by the pace of the city's ability to process the work and do the internal dialogue at the city and then turn it around and come back to the community.
Okay. I find that fascinating. So you're saying that people that were on this committee actually enjoyed learning more about housing styles and different areas of
We have a certain segment of our community that is very engaged on community affairs.
Excellent, excellent. So through the LAP process, we've actually got more people excited about how to build our city.
Yep, and actually there is awareness and knowledge, and we've, as a community association, we view it's our duty to spread the word about the LAP. We link people to the LAP. We make sure that it's available to people who want to know more, and we take the time to explain it to them.
See, and I just can't help but think that that would be beneficial to the rest of the city, to other community associations, to learn and actually be involved rather than to be told that something is coming down the pipe.
The community associations are experts in our area, and I've heard that a number of times over the several days. We are not bystanders, and we do not relinquish our role in planning to strictly to the city. We are very much enrolled and engaged, and we will, if necessary, become adversarial. We don't want to be, and as I said, almost all of our interactions with the city at the planning level were very good and very positive.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Painter, and appreciate you coming out here at this late hour and taking your volunteer time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Where is he? Oh, Mr. Ellenbrock. I didn't quite get it. Are you pro or con?
Well, it almost sounds like I don't give it, that I don't care. In Holland, you can't tear anything down, eh? Nothing. Nothing. They want to protect that little country, and it's the size of Banff National Park with 18 million people in it. You can't change the windows without a committee coming over and checking it out. But they will allow you to pop a mobile home in the back if you're a farm or something for your kids to stay, or they try things like that. And they've got a pretty stable population. They've only got 1.1 live births per couple, so they're relying on immigration. They've gone broke. They were very socialistic, cradle to grave, but they ran out of money. Right? And their programs have been cut back hard. So immigrants are saying, don't think so. I think I'll head up to Sweden or wherever. Yeah. So they're struggling, and they're vying for them now. But they don't touch the country. It stays the same. It's going to be the same now as it is in 200 years. I loved Highland Park. It was a great place to grow up as a kid. All single homes, moms are all there, because Dad went to work. It was that era in the 60s. It was awesome to grow up in that. And I'd like to see that reproduced for other people. When I went through Thorndale Road, these folks are all old. They don't know what's going on. So I'd tell them and explain to them. They didn't know what to say. But I said to them, and this you got to be sensitive about. They're in their late 80s and 90s, okay? What do you want to see happen with your house when you're gone? Do you want to see it torn down and an 8-suiter or a 12-suiter put in place? And they'd think, and they'd say, you know what? I'd like to see a young couple who are starting off in life enjoy the beautiful house we had. And we're talking 1,000-square-foot bungalows with a garage. It's right down the street from Corpus Christi School, a block away from Safeway. It's your 2-minute city, right? The bus is there, and they love it, and they want to see other people have it. And in Holland, too, you got to wait for somebody to die to get a house. That's how it is. My cousin built the last single family home in Holland in 1982.
You know what, sir?
250,000 guilders.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to get you to stop here. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you coming out, and I do understand how things stay the same. My mom came from Belgium after the war, so thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Just a question for Mr. Painter. Part of the LAPs that I'm always most curious about is if people think that there are restrictions built in or if there are preferences built in. Is there anywhere within your area that you're aware of that is completely restricted to the RCG zoning, or are there just their preferred places that it is targeted toward?
I don't have the LAP map in front of me, but there are areas that were color-coded and were intended for basically the R1 or RC1, RC2, only to be single family or duplex.
It would be potentially helpful to know is that the light yellow, the neighborhood local, it is single, semi, and then where appropriate, 3 or more.
True. Those words, where appropriate, did catch my eye. And I'm not quite sure why those words were allowed, because it basically allows complete discretion by planning to put a development in, whereas the broad understanding of the communities is that there are only 3 areas where we do want those fourplexes and row homes developed, which is corner lots, the transition areas, which is basically feeder routes and green spaces. We are in favor of duplexes. We are in favor of laneway houses. We are in favor of secondary suites.
To be honest, that was my only question for you, just to ensure you knew. And then I had a follow-up question for Mr. Ellenbrook as well.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Ellenbrook, I have a question for you as well. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that Councillor Demong asked whether or not you were in support or against, because I was curious myself, actually, initially, because I'm wondering if you were to ever meet a young person that owns a bungalow that wanted help redeveloping it, if you'd support them.
Well, you know, I had that happen once. An awesome couple. I had this house that I did in Tuxedo, and they really, really wanted it. I really liked them. They're like me. They're getting married. They couldn't afford it. So I said, listen, give me an extra 28 grand. I'll put a basement suite in, separate entrance, and you're going to get $400 a month out of it. That's going to cover half your mortgage. Mm-hmm. And they said, do it. They're still in there. Okay? I don't know if they got the basement suite still. It was an illegal basement suite. It was all illegal. Who cares? But I'm sure it's legal now. And by the way, that house on 20th Avenue, they better not turn the stove on, the oven, and the sauna at the same time. The panel was too small. Okay.
Fair. And if
so
I want
you know that, you're okay.
Yeah. And so the reason why I ask is because what you just described with the size of a bungalow in particular, right? About 1,000.
1,000 square feet. You're rocking, right? You're up to 2 kids already.
Absolutely.
And nobody's even talking about kids. Like, you know, Margaret and I, in grade 10, we weren't allowed to live together. So I got that house done real quick, and we moved in, married, 84, right?
Yeah.
And we got 3 of them. One's a cop here in Calgary, the other one's a doctor, and the other one, that one, listen to me, he's smart. He's coining it hard. Elevator repair.
Yeah. Oh. The reason why I go further is because when you're thinking about like some of the townhouses that you might see in some of these developments, they're usually around 1,100 square feet as well. But I just be wondering, what would be the objection to a property owner wanting to build not just one with a secondary suite, but 4, especially if they had a larger family of people that might want to share some of these spaces.
Well, it's the old too many rats in the box type of scenario, you know, and why? My relatives come from Holland and they drool. I got the guy that built the house rents a super nice car like an Audi R10, and he just goes driving because there's nowhere to drive in Holland. It's all plugged. And they look around and they say, what the hell's wrong with you guys? Why doesn't everybody have 100-foot frontage? You got nothing here but land. Pipe is cheap. I put in groundworks. It's not a big deal. You're amortizing it over 50 years, right? He said, what are you doing? They're drooling over this. We said, we have no choice. We got the ocean and some other countries beside us, right? And the other thing they really like, the crazy buggers, my parents never bought white cowboy hats, but my mom's sister came over and they gave them white cowboy hats. They never took the damn things off for 3 weeks. Like, I always thought it was kind of corny, but they loved it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's awesome.
Before we go too far.
But having fun and building distinct things, planning should be at each, for every event, like every specific occasion, right? Like what you're looking at. Not just blanket it, because some places you can crank on it, stack them high and let them buy. Other places you want to spread it out and give them some room. There's all stages of life, and at the end of the day, I haven't seen a U-Haul behind a hearse, so I know you can't take it with you.
And so what you're suggesting is, if I'm understanding this correctly, it's if you want to choose to live like that or to build a home like that, I should just build it where there's no one right now.
Well,
because we have space.
You know, like, geez, we are going quite far out. Maybe we have to start new cities. I mean, looking at water and stuff. I just feel everybody should have a roof over their head and a place to brush their teeth and have a shower.
That we
right?
can agree on.
That's what I want to see. And then you grow from there. Don't complain of where you came from. Like, I've always had beer with the veterans, and those guys never complained. When somebody bought it, all they would say is, well, poor bastard, right? And they moved on. And they did well. And so I don't want to see anybody out of the loop that everybody has a house. I walked down 8th Avenue. I came here on Monday. We went for lunch over there at Bankers Hall. I'm seeing some human misery laying against the building, lots of it. And I'm thinking, well, that's not right. Capitalism is not wrong as long as it's accompanied with a social conscience. And you can't mandate that. You can't force it and you can't make it.
I don't want to go too far off tech, but I admit, I'm still not sure if you are for this or against this. But I have no more questions.
I wouldn't want to be in your guys' shoes for love nor money. Like, you are going to hit some hard frickin' times. Just wait, because we're on a false economy, eh? We're on debt.
Sorry, before we keep going, just for time, because it's almost at the end of the night, I appreciate it.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Unload.
I kept asking, so we shared that. We shared that together.
Anything else? Remember, send your kids to me.
We shall see. There's one more question for you. This one's from Councillor Wong.
Councillor Wong.
I don't know if it's for you, so we'll see.
Actually, this question's for Ms. Riley. Ms.
Hello.
Riley, you still there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Oh, am I on?
You are.
Okay, good.
Thank you for being here. Two questions to start with. I didn't get the community you belong to. Can you just state the community?
I'm a member of the Glen Meadows community.
Thank you. And did you say you participated in the LAP process?
Yes, as a community member attending meetings and that sort of thing.
Great, thank you. So here's my question, and because you made reference to housing types, housing densities, the built form that we typically talk about in the LAP. During those conversations, did they ever talk to you about census, your current population census, and a projected or target census that you could get to?
Yes, there was discussion on the fact that the census is much less than the peak, and I'm guessing the peak was in the early 60s or something like that. You know, Glendale ebbs and flows, and right now we're in definitely a flow, an influx of population with especially young children in our neighborhood. I don't know that most neighborhoods are back to their peak populations. Families are smaller, and that's probably one of the big issues, or contributors, I should say. But I do know that within I like to say a good baseball hitter could, the radius of a good ball hit, probably there's 12 kids in that range right around my house.
Okay, thank you. So the other question is that when we talk about population and population per household or population per capita in the area, I'm not sure to say was a conversation about adding more density, whether it be through built form or scale. Was there conversations about amenities and how much more amenities either you need to fill up or add to?
How you mean?
Amenities being like
population
schools,
per square foot of park space?
whether it be schools, libraries, park space.
Probably not that I recall specifically numbers. That is one of the concepts that is spoken of, to describe use in a neighborhood. And I guess the point is that Glendale, as other areas, is increasing its population, and as I said, and my reference to per capita was that I think per household, let's say, per number of households, the increase in number of households that are being added is significant.
Okay. And the reason for asking these questions is that when we talk about this blanket rezoning versus a number of people talk about using an LAP process of getting to defining the density, if I can use that term, a lot of times this also should be balanced against our infrastructure capacity, whether it be schools, whether it be libraries, whether it be water utilities. And that's the reason I was asking that question. Thank you.
Right. And just to your point about use of amenities, I think it's very important that the housing units that are proposed in any area take advantage of the amenities. For example, developers often don't want to build more than a one, maybe two-bedroom apartment, for example, because three-bedroom apartments and condos don't sell. But the thing is, we have schools in this neighborhood. My kids went from preschool to university in this neighborhood, and they could walk to school and they could take the LRT to university. But so we want to have housing units that support families and aspiring families that will be using the amenities that exist. And I think that that's something that has to be taken into account when we're approving housing units, that we make sure that we are offering something that people who will use the amenities are wanting to buy.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Mr.
All right, thank you for the question.
Mr. Ellenbrook, sir.
Point of order.
Mr. Ellenbrook, yes.
I think we need to send bylaw to Thorncliffe.
Okay,
Sorry.
Council, I need to do something before we get to this question. I need your general consent to suspend the 9:30 close so we can get this done, please. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Wong.
Thank you. And actually, I was going to get to 9:30 because Ms. Raleigh took up all your time slot. This is a very yes/no answer.
Okay.
Are you in favor? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. That was it.
Got to say no.
Okay, thank you. That is it for the questions of this panel. Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate your time. As we are winding things down, I will give you a little bit of information. So big thing for tomorrow when we start at 9:30, we will be on panel 69. That's Joel Letheby, Eunice Cox, Alice Briggs, Clyde Buchert, and Jola Edenji. I will also be calling the people that we missed from today to see if anyone is here. Just to give you all an idea of approximately where we're at, there's about 175 panels total. 68 of those are done, leaving 107. We got through 16 panels today, which means we probably have about 6 or 7 more days to go to get through everyone who's signed up. In order to accommodate this, we have a draft schedule for next week for anyone who's interested. More than likely, the way we are going to manage this is to go tomorrow 9:30 to 9:30, Saturday 9:30 to 9:30. We will resume on Monday and go from 9:30 to 9:30. Tuesday, we have a regularly scheduled council meeting that we have to attend to in the morning, but we'll resume public hearing in the afternoon with a short break in between 4 and 7. Wednesday, we are committed to a civic partners meeting, so we will resume public hearing on Thursday. We'll do it in the morning, and then we'll go again at 3 o'clock to accommodate an emergency management committee meeting in the middle. Friday, we're going to go from 9:30 to 6 p.m., and if we have to go into Saturday, we're going to determine the schedule. So that's what things look like for next week, roughly. We will get you more complete information once we determine how things are going. But for now, that's probably what it's going to look like. So thank you, everybody that's participated today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, council. Thank you, clerks. Thank you, administration. We will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.